Chapter 384. Rumble. Amidst the thunderous sound, a large amount of black smoke rose. Under the effect of the magic device, the black smoke did not spread in all directions. Instead, it rose straight up and gathered in the sky above Spitfire City, forming a thick black cloud that kept rolling. The young man, ZDI, and the others looked up at this scene with surprise on their faces. Not long ago, they sneaked onto Spitfire Island and headed straight for Spitfire City in the southeast corner of the island. Spitfire Island was a super island that Knife Mountain Island could not compare to. There were 3 ports on the island and 1 city on land, Spitfire City. The latter was also the main city on the island and was huge in scale. Because Spitfire Island was the only super island in the nearby sea, it was responsible for the economic, military, cultural, and other functions of the hub. The young man, ZDI, and the others were not conspicuous at all. Therefore, they successfully reached the gate of Spitfire City. However, they were about to face a test. At the gate of Spitfire City, there were 2 huge warrior statues that emitted a saint-level aura. They were 2 war statues. The statue on the left of the gate held a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. The statue on the right held a 2-handed square-headed war hammer in both hands. Both statues lowered their heads slightly, as if in a state of deep sleep. At the feet of the statues were the city guards of Spitfire City. These city guards were also very tall, reaching at least 3 meters in height. All of them were clad in armor and had well-developed muscles. The mayor of Spitfire City is the fire giant Ryu, a legendary mage who specializes in alchemy in the creation of statues. These 2 saint-level war golems must have been created by her. It is said that the city guards of Spitfire City are different from the other ports. They are only attacked by the giants, who are also Ryu's clansmen and personal guards. Kang Shu explained slowly. He used to be the butler of a noble and knew the situation of each noble. Although Spitfire City was isolated in the sea, it was a major force in the Night Spirit Seas and was more important than the Marquises in the Empire. Especially in the current situation where the humans were attacking the beasts. Ryu's tribe is the largest and the last giant tribe in the Shungming continent. Due to the might of the Shungming Emperor, Ryu surrendered to protect her tribe. 1,000 years ago, when the demons attacked the main world, Spitfire Island was one of the demon army's bridgeheads. The space inside the volcano is connected to the abyss. After the army formed by the Shungming Empire defeated the demons on land, they killed their way here and captured Spitfire Island. Under Ryu's request, the Sacred Emperor allowed Ryu to lead the giant tribe to set up camp here. Spitfire City, Sulphur Flameport, and other places, of demons, Ryu's led by the giant tribe. Of course, the Shungming Empire of's investment of the Shungming continent of Spitfire, of the Shungming Empire of the Shungming of. With Kang Shu's narration, everyone had a better understanding of Flame Spray City. Of the Spitfire of the Shon. Zhong Ji's condition was deteriorating day by day and showed no signs of improvement. The young man and the others used all kinds of scrolls and potions to keep him alive. But now, he was reaching his limit. However, fortunately, after successfully deceiving the Tower Spirit, the Justice Pirates obtained information about the key application of the Sapphire Golden Coffin. If they could build this array, the Justice Pirates would be able to raise the healing effect of the green liquid to a higher level. They would be able to escape from the Golden Sapphire Coffin for a short time and save the Shungs of Shungs. However, building this array required a lot of alchemy materials. Including the inventory of the deep-sea monsterfish, there were still many gaps. Wait. The Spittle stopped Sandow. Let me go first. I have the Bloodcore. Even if I'm discovered, I can escape at a critical moment. My lord. Lan Zhao immediately dissuaded him. Kang Shu also said, My lord, let Sandow go. You're the strongest person here. Yes. ZDI added, if anything happens, you are the one who is the most capable of dealing with it among us. The Spittle was not a brave person. He pondered for a moment and slowly nodded to Sandow. Sandow slowly walked toward the city gate under everyone's gaze. After a rough interrogation by the giant city guards, he paid the entrance fee and successfully entered Spittle City. Seeing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the pearl foam was effective. They had successfully deceived the city guards. After Sandao, Lan Zhao, Kang Shu, and the others passed through the city gate and entered Spittle City. However, just as the of the Spittle passed through, an accident occurred. Everyone's expression changed. At this moment, they felt the pearl foam on their bodies rapidly disappearing. The Spittle was not in danger. The Spittle successfully met up with everyone. He did not use the Murloc bloodline, nor was he in the form of a dragonoid. Instead, he changed into a human black iron bloodline. Everyone first dispersed and then met up in an alley at the end of the street. Just now, there must be a strong person targeting us and making a divination or prophecy, at least the legendary level. Otherwise, the pearl foam wouldn't have disappeared so quickly. We have to hurry. This time, we got a lot of pearl foam, but we can't afford such consumption. Sigh. It takes a lot of time and energy to collect the alchemy materials on the list. Let's check if clan leader 100 Needles is here first. At the same time, in the voodoo rainforest, the female Noga Mo was exhausted in the small wooden house. Her aura was obviously weakened. She looked at the soil in the wooden basin with a pale face. There was a grass doll upside down on the soil. Yi Gui's expression was solemn. She witnessed the whole process. She saw with her own eyes that grass grew out of the soil. The grass condensed and twisted into the shape of a doll. However, the next moment, the grass doll fell into the soil. A few seconds later, it completely withered. Then, the withered grass spontaneously combusted without fire, burning the wooden basin and the soil. The soil was shaped in the flames as if an invisible hand was kneading it. In the end, the soil in the wooden basin turned into a messy flow of mud. It was like a stream of water, but also like a group of entangled snakes. As you can see, the prediction has failed. Mo Laro opened a medicine bottle and poured a large mouthful of black liquid into her throat. Only then did her complexion improve a little. Yi Gui nodded slightly. The other party is the blue charm goddess. Her main job is to deceive and disguise. It's not surprising that she failed once. But her biggest source of faith has been destroyed. The Blue Charm Goddess sect is almost destroyed. The Navy is hunting the Murlocs in CI City everywhere. How long can she last? Mo Laro rolled his eyes. You still want me to do another divination? Do I want to die? Yi Gui took out a potion. I brought you this longevity potion that can increase your lifespan. Mo Laro's eyes lit up. Even so, I can only do divination for you tomorrow. This is the rule. Yi Gui looked anxious. Please, after tomorrow, the information about the secret transfer of the main body of the Justice Pirates will be completely exposed. We will lose the initiative. At that time, the Navy or the Empire's diviners will take action one after another. Mo Laro sighed. Rules are rules. This is not my rule, but the rule of the ancestral spirits. Unless you can take out a holy object, the ancestral spirits will continue to help me with divination. The voodoo sect that Mo Laro believed in did not worship a single god, but many ancestral spirits. Yi Gui gritted his teeth and smiled bitterly. Where can I get a holy object of the voodoo sect? I told you to work hard to collect holy objects. In the end, you only searched your clothes. Mo Laro snorted coldly. Yi Gui complained. Didn't I work hard? I have collected information through many channels, but the holy objects of the 5 Poison sect are too rare. What can I do? Beautiful ladies, is the holy object you are talking about the one in my hand? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Yi Gui and Mo Laro's expressions changed drastically. They asked in unison, who is it? Ladies, please don't panic. I have no ill intentions. The light and shadow changed, and an elf swordsman appeared out of thin air in the small wooden house. He was tall and thin, with a handsome appearance. He had slender ears and long green hair. He had a smile on his lips. His clothes were gorgeous, and there was a thin sword at his waist. The hilt of the sword was like a rosebud. Yi Gui's expression changed again. He revealed the elf swordsman's identity in a deep voice. Hua Sheng. He was the great sword saint of the Wood Elves, a legendary pirate. He was as famous as Firebeard. Mo Laro reacted. His expression relaxed slightly, and a thought flashed through his mind. It's you. You can't be here to ask about the location of the Justice Pirates, right? That's right. Hua Sheng bowed slightly. He was elegant. Miss Mo Lao, I have to ask you for help this time. When did you meet him? Yi Gui looked at Mo Laro, glaring with her beautiful eyes. Mo Laro shrugged. I'm just a diviner. You have to understand me. I've been working hard to collect the holy objects of the ancestral spirits. But in your eyes, those clothes are far more valuable than holy objects. At this moment, wisps of black fog squeezed in through the crack in the door. A voice came from the black fog. Oh, are there a lot of old friends here? Seeing the iconic dark magic, Yi Gui and Hua Sheng's expressions darkened. Mo Laro said, "Welcome, Asa." The black fog condensed into a human shape, but there were demon horns on his head. He held a staff in his hand and scanned the three with his blood-red eyes. Finally, his gaze focused on Mo Laro. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant. This time, I've brought you 3 holy objects, the diviner of the voodoo sect. I just want to know one question. Where is the Justice Pirates? Yi Gui glared at Mo Laro again. You're also in contact with Asa? Mo Laro laughed, a little embarrassed. She patted her best friend's shoulder. It's a deal. Take it easy. Yi Gui crossed her arms. Hua Sheng, Asa, and Firebeard are left. The 3 legends of the pirates are all here. You've also hooked up with Firebeard, right? This time, it was Mo Laro's turn to glare. What do you mean hooked up? Please, I just want to collect holy object. Maybe Firebeard should be here soon? But Hua Sheng shook his head. He won't be coming. Not long ago, he led his fleet out. After leaving the pirate city, he went straight to the eye of the Sky Pillar Sea. According to my spies, he's already rescued Feng Yarrow and the others and obtained the first line of information. Then, he split his fleet into a dozen or so teams with different routes. He probably already knows the location of the Justice Pirates. We have to stop him. If he snatches the Blue Charm God's body, then the new master of the pirate throne will be Firebeard. Chapter 385. Fire-breathing castle. ZDI, who was wearing a mask, was ushered into a small, quiet reception hall. A merchant was already waiting in the reception hall. Master Mage, I heard from my subordinates that you have a batch of goods that you need to sell. ZDI nodded slightly and said in a changed voice, "These are the samples. Take a look at the goods first." As ZDI spoke, she took out a fire spear, a shield, and half a set of leather armor from her interspatial bag. The merchant immediately examined them carefully. The gun was damaged, and the shield and leather armor were stained with blood. The merchant turned a blind eye to these traces of war. He only cared about the quality of the equipment. After a moment of inspection, the merchant nodded, "Master Mage, if your goods are of this quality, then I can give you this price." ZDI took the list of prices and only glanced at it briefly before putting it away. "I have to discuss this with others. You are only the first shop I visited." "I understand." The merchant smiled, "You can ask a few more shops and find the most suitable trading partner. But please forgive me for saying this, in this business, the bigger the scale, the higher the price, it is not good. The most important thing is reliability. Our shop has been in this business for more than 80 years. ZDI nodded, "I will consider it." The so-called business was to write off the accounts. Because Fire-Breathing Island was the only super island in the nearby sea, there were a lot of people. The size of the port, the wharf, and the market were all very impressive. This led to pirates using this place as the first place to write off the accounts after plundering. The guns and other things that ZDI took out had obvious Navy insignia. But the merchant didn't seem to see it at all. After ZDI left this shop, she immediately went to the next one. In the early morning, the Justice Pirates entered Fire-Breathing Castle. According to the plan, they acted alone. ZDI's task was to write off the accounts and obtain funds to facilitate the purchase of alchemy materials. The scale of these materials was not small, and some of them were quite expensive. The Justice Pirates had treasures in their hands, but artifacts and the like could not be sold at all. After this period of escape, they had consumed a lot of materials. In the evening, according to the agreement, everyone had a secret meeting to inform each other of their progress. The young man, San Dao, and Lan Zhao were responsible for scouting the area. Each of them took out a map that they had secretly marked. The few of them gathered the map and could vaguely see the outline of Flame Spray City. They were also responsible for another important task, which was to check the whereabouts of the Hundred Needles clan leader. So far, the patriarch of the Hundred Needles clan hadn't set foot on the fire-breathing island yet, so he hadn't found the agreed special mark. Kang Shu was also in charge of scouting, but he was scouting an important place in Spitfire City, the active volcano behind the city. Although the Justice Pirates lacked excellent scouts, Kang Shu was a necromancer. He used ghosts and spirits to investigate, and then used necromancy to hide their aura, often making it impossible for people to guard against him. I've found the correct entrance. The security there is tight. Not only are there gold-ranked powerhouses patrolling the area, there are also many hidden sentries. And this is only the outer perimeter. Based on the way the soldiers are arranged, there must be saint-level guards in the inner perimeter. Now, I can only cast spells on the spot and remotely control the ghosts to sneak in and investigate. But in this way, I need to keep casting spells, and my magic power will fluctuate. So, I'll ask for more pearl foam to cover me. Kang Shu's request was immediately met. ZDI finally mentioned her purchases. I have a plan to buy most of the materials. There are only some rare alchemy materials left, and the red and blue crystal clusters are the most needed. But I've also found a seller, and I'll try to finalize the deal tomorrow morning. The one who made the most progress was ZDI. She deserved to be the current president of the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce. Her insight into the market and her negotiation skills were very strong. The young man's tone was solemn. The pearl foam on us is being consumed faster and faster. This means that more and more people are divining and predicting us, and they are getting stronger and stronger. The situation has become urgent. We have to race against time. Looking out of the window, the setting sun was approaching the sea, which seemed to indicate that everyone's last chance of survival was getting bleak. Looking at the setting sun at the intersection of the sea and the sky, Wei Sheng stood at the bow of his double-sword ship. The beautiful scenery in front of him did not affect him. His mood was very bad. About half an hour ago, he received a report. The report described that Vice Admiral Bitterwater led his fleet to pursue and capture a large number of members of the Justice Pirates. And the specific time of this battle was not today, but yesterday. After Wei Sheng saw this report, he was furious on the spot. He accepted Yang Tan's order to take over the position of Marine Fleet Admiral. But except for Yang Tan's faction, the other three factions did not listen to his orders. Previously, Admiral Bitong maliciously played with him. Now, Vice Admiral Bitterwater directly ignored the existence of the Marine headquarters and only reported to Admiral Yi Gui. The information Wei Sheng received was from the investigation of spies. Each and every one of them. They don't put me in their eyes at all, damn it. Wei Sheng clenched his fist and smashed it on the side of the ship. The current situation was not friendly to him. Not only did the top members of the Justice Pirates disappear, but Firebeard also made a big move. In the Eye of the Sea, Firebeard showed strong combat power, defeated the barbarians and the marines, and easily rescued Foam Yarrow and others. After that, he scattered the entire fleet, and each pirate fleet sailed in a different direction. It was like flowers blooming everywhere. Firebeard got first-hand information from Foam Yarrow. Foam Yarrow was cursed by the goddess of love. According to the latest intelligence analysis, his sweetheart is likely to be Blue Charm Goddess. So, he may be able to point in the right direction. Firebeard should be robbing the goddess body. I must stop him. Among the three legendary pirate groups, Firebeard's pirate group was the largest and the most powerful. If he successfully robbed Blue Charm Goddess, he would be ranked first, and it is even likely that he would sit directly on the throne and become the new generation of Pirate King. The specifics may not be easy to estimate. Because in history, there has never been a case of a pirate robbing God's body. Speaking of which, Bitong took the Blue Charm throne and is now the first in the pirate city's Holy Tablet ranking. Ridiculous, It is a shame to the Imperial Navy. Marine Headquarters, Big Military Port. Marine Admiral Muito stood on the balcony, watching the setting sun fall into the water. His trance expression was slightly relieved, and his eyes gathered again and became spirited. The blue charm throne is difficult to suppress, and the divinity contained in it is not worthy of me at all. Bitong sighed. He had been suppressing the throne for several days, and it was very hard. Bitong's legendary concept was space, and the blue charm throne's concept of divinity was focused on camouflage and deception. Bitong now began to understand Claw Crow. This guy's strength is actually stronger than when he fought with me. He suppressed the blue charm throne in the subspace for a long time and consumed a lot of energy, so he was pushed down by me in the battle. When he thought of the confrontation in the eye of the sea, Bitong's eyes lit up, and his body seemed to feel an unbearable heat. Firebeard's strength has been deeply engraved in his heart. Fortunately, I can break the space and my ability to retreat is far beyond his. This monster is close to a god. Bitong stayed on the balcony, rested for a while, and then turned back to the house. He couldn't stay out for too long. Without his suppression, the blue charm throne would fly away. The throne had divinity of deception and camouflage. Once it left his sight, it would be difficult for Bitong to detect its existence. But the moment Bitong turned around, the sun suddenly became fierce, shining on the balcony. Enemy attack. The next moment, the Marine Headquarters sounded an ear-piercing alarm. Bitong immediately turned around, and saw that the setting sun seemed to become the rising sun, and the sea was burning with flames. A tall and burly figure stepped on the flames, and walked slowly towards the military port. Bitong's eyes suddenly shrank, and a sense of horror hit his heart. Fire, Firebeard? That night, Firebeard killed his way to the Sacred Empire Navy headquarters. Chapter 386. This guy actually dares to attack the Navy headquarters. How dare he do this? Admiral Bitong's heart was filled with rage after the initial shock. If you count the top combat power, the Empire Navy had a total of 4 legends. There were 3 legendary pirate groups, but the pirate groups were independent of each other. The Empire Navy did not encircle the pirates with great fanfare because the sea area was too vast. The top combat power between the two sides rarely clashed head-on. A battle like the Pillar of Heaven's Sea Eye was actually very rare. Because of the blue charm divine throne, there was a legendary confrontation. The Empire Navy did not deal with the pirates on a large scale, and the pirates did not cause too much trouble for the Empire. After all, the Sacred Empire was the strongest country in the main world. Although the merchant ships were attacked by the pirates treated the ships from all the continents equally. There had never been a pirate group that attacked the Empire's port, but now, Firebeard was doing just that. Not only did he attack the Empire's port, but he also attacked the Sacred Empire's Navy headquarters. Madman! Do you know what will happen to you if you do this? Bitong gritted his teeth and roared at Firebeard. Firebeard laughed, and flames raged in his laughter as he pounced on the military port. Humph! Bitong's face was cold, and he did not give any more orders. The quality of the Navy at the headquarters was very high, and they immediately activated their defensive means. A huge light barrier was the first to take shape, covering all the important parts of the military port. The originally scorching flames were immediately repelled by the light shield, and the temperature of the air stopped rising crazily. We are safe. This is a legendary defensive magic array. The Navy headquarters defense is tight. Even if Firebeard attacked here, he would fail. Wait a minute, the temperature continued to rise. The Navy was surprised again. The light shield was like melting iron, and soon it became incomparably red. The number of magic crystals consumed by the array rose sharply, and many parts of the array began to show signs of destruction. The headquarters was naturally equipped with many alchemists and alchemists. At this moment, they were fully mobilized to repair the array. Firebeard's understanding of the flame domain is already so deep. Bitong's heart became heavier, and he decisively ordered, "Send the Golem Legion." The Navy headquarters was equipped with 2 complete Golem Legions. Rumble, the ground cracked open, and a team of tall Golem giants, fully armed, stepped into the sea. The water only reached their knees. After walking out of the light barrier, they gradually entered the deep sea. Intense mana fluctuations rose from the golem's body, driving the golem. Combined with its buoyancy, the seawater was only waist-high. The golem giants charged towards Firebeard. Compared to them, Firebeard's tall and sturdy body seemed very small. However, the height of the flames rose again, and the endless tongues of flame easily drowned the golem giants. After burning for a while, Flamebeard walked out of the flames again, and the golem giants all disappeared without a trace. These are all saint-level magical golems. That's impossible. Even if the opponent is of the legendary level, he should at least be able to resist for some time. Firebeard. Is he a monster? When the Marines saw this, their morale was shaken. Isn't there another golem army? Bai Tong asked. The subordinate immediately reported, Sir, when Count Wei Sheng attacked, he took this team with him. Bai Tong was stunned. He was so angry that he smashed his fist. You can't do anything right. The quality of the two golem armies was similar, but they both had their own strengths. One was heavy and large golem army, which consumed a lot of mana. The other was light and small, with high endurance, and easy to carry and move. The light barrier was on the verge of collapse. But soon, the three wizard towers surged with mana fluctuations. The towers emitted a dazzling light, shining on the light barrier. The light barrier received strong support and stabilized again. Bai Tong's expression became even worse. He questioned, there are still 6 wizard towers, why haven't they been activated? The subordinate immediately said, Count Wei Sheng moved out in full force and took away most of the wizards. This guy. Bai Tong gritted his teeth, has the clergy been gathered? Why don't I see the war god bishop? Sir, it's... The subordinate was about to say, but was interrupted by Bai Tong. I know, it's Wei Sheng again, right? Sir, please investigate. Count Wei Sheng not only took away the War God Church's bishop, but also a large number of elite clergy. Bai Tong clenched his fists. At this moment, if Wei Sheng was in his hands, he would definitely crush his bones. More than half of the Navy headquarters' combat power was taken away by Wei Sheng. It was not as strong as Bai Tong remembered. The military port was the Empire's war god's parish, so there was a war god's temple here. It was overseen by a powerful clergy at the bishop level, and there was also a war god church. Believers were precious resources. There was an agreement between the Empire's gods, and each parish was independent of each other. Unless it was a super-large city, it was hard to see a scene of each god's temple gathered together. After all, the number of high-level clergy was limited. It needed to be more reasonable to maximize the benefits of each church. Since the military port was the war god's parish, although clergy from other churches were also stationed, there were fewer of them. And the clergy from the war god church that Bai Tong could rely on the most were not here. Whoosh whoosh, at this moment, the terrifying flames finally burned through the giant defensive light barrier. What happened? Bai Tong hurriedly asked. Several cores were burned. His subordinates quickly reported. The core of the defensive array is heavily protected. How could it be destroyed? Bai Tong was furious. It's not the core. The part of the array that was burned is related to the mage tower. An alchemist with a dusty face came in front of Bai Tong. This part of the array was burned. Our mage tower's support power conflicted with the light barrier. Under the internal and external attacks, the light barrier could not withstand it. Sir Bai Tong, only you can make a move first and resist Firebeard. We need enough time to repair the array. Bai Tong blinked and secretly broke out in cold sweat. Since the start of the war, how long had it been? Why did he have to make a move now? The bad news came one by one. The Navy headquarters that was heavily guarded could only rely on Bai Tong. Damn it. I have continuously suppressed the blue charm throne and consumed a lot of energy. Now I have to deal with Firebeard. Bai Tong was prepared to use the defense of the Navy headquarters to delay for a while and let his condition recover. But Firebeard's offensive was too fierce. The Navy headquarters could not withstand it in the blink of an eye. The light barrier melted piece by piece. Flames fell from the top of their heads, burning the Navy. Bai Tong glanced around and his eyes flashed with a touch of ruthlessness. He ordered coldly, then abandon the defensive array. Concentrate all the power, mobilize all the mage towers, and open the 6-point magic cannon. Admiral? The surrounding navy was shocked. Bai Tong snorted, even if the repair is successful, how long can the defense alone last? We must counterattack. In the case of a pirate attacking the island, where is the glory of the Imperial Navy? Yes, sir. The navy roared. The magic fluctuations of the mage tower rose rapidly. The brilliance of the 6 mage towers linked together and converged in mid-air at the top of the tower to form a huge, nearly flat 6-point magic array. If the mage army was complete, the power of the magic cannon would be stronger and faster. Bai Tong was very regretful. The military port built 9 mage towers, but because too many mags were transferred, 6 tower masters left directly, leaving only 3 with the weakest individual strength. Now 6 mage towers could be opened because of the mag's emergency transfer and the temporary allocation of authority. After about 2 minutes, the center of the array burst out an incandescent ray without warning. The ray almost instantly hit Firebeard. Boom! A big explosion formed in the next moment. In the deafening roar, a huge white ball of light swelled in the red sea of fire. The ball of light expanded to a radius of 6 meters and then burst. The terrible white shock wave spread around. For a moment, the sea of fire dissipated and returned to ordinary sea water. The next moment, the sea water was completely eliminated by the power of the shockwave. It hit him. What about Firebeard? He took this hit head-on. Even if he doesn't die, he will lose a layer of skin. This is a legendary artillery attack. Firebeard coughed twice and his figure appeared in front of the Imperial Navy again. He was indeed injured. The pirate captain's costume was missing a part, revealing a complete left shoulder. The injury on his shoulder quickly healed under the burning flames. The Imperial Navy was speechless. It's the legendary artifact. Suddenly, someone shouted. Yes, it's the raging tail blade. With this broken blade, Firebeard will be able to wield the phoenix fire and quickly heal his injuries. How can we fight this? The morale of the Imperial Navy fell sharply. A legendary 6-light magic energy cannon? Ha ha ha, it's not bad. Firebeard, who took the hit head-on, laughed. Now, it's my turn. Since he appeared, he showed a serious expression for the first time. Pa! He clapped his hands and put them together in front of his chest. Battle technique red flame tsunami. The flames ignited on the sea again. Burning. Tongues of fire spewed out, the raging flames grew bigger and bigger. Not only that, but under Firebeard's feet, the surface of the sea rose up, forming waves, as if mounds were rising. The waves grew bigger and bigger, attacking the military port. The closer it was to the port, the bigger the red waves became. Rumble. In the horrified eyes of the Imperial Navy, the red waves that attacked the port were 9 meters high. It was overwhelming. The waves smashed down, a large number of warships were directly smashed, some followed the waves and hit the land. The first wave receded, and the remaining scarlet-red seawater began to burn, turning the area that was covered by the waves into a sea of fire. The Imperial Navy wailed and were defeated. But the second wave came again, smashing down. Boom, boom, boom. Under the attack of the waves, the military port was quickly destroyed, countless ships and buildings were either smashed or burned. Smoke rose, flames ran rampant, the Imperial Navy suffered heavy casualties. It was a scene of doomsday. The morale of the Imperial Navy was close to collapse. Firebeard had not landed yet, more than half of them had died. The gap between the two sides was too big. According to this situation, Firebeard could easily slaughter the entire Imperial Navy headquarters. Now, there was only one reason why the Imperial Navy had not been defeated. Bai Tong. Admiral Bai Tong has not moved yet. This was their only hope. Firebeard. Bai Tong was sweating. Chapter 387. Looking at Firebeard approaching, Bai Tong's limbs stiffened and his hands and feet became numb. The surrounding navy's eyes were focused on him with endless expectations. Bai Tong cursed in his heart, "Where's Yi Gui? Where's Fang Gong? Most importantly, where's Yang Tan?" Firebeard attacked the navy headquarters. "Where are you guys?" It was understandable that Yi Gui and Fang Gong didn't guard the navy headquarters all year round. After all, Bai Tong often did this. But Yang Tan? You're a Navy Marshal and you're not guarding the headquarters. What are you trying to do? You're neglecting your duty. After this battle, I'll definitely report you to the military court. If I knew this would happen, why would I go back to the Navy headquarters? I might as well hide in a corner and secretly suppress the Blue Charm throne. Bai Tong was very regretful. He subconsciously thought that the Navy headquarters was the safest place. This was actually a thought habit. Once there was an extremely daring criminal who didn't play by the rules, this thought habit would become a trap to frame Bai Tong. Bai Tong thought about retreating. His fighting skills broke through space, so he could often advance and retreat freely. But he couldn't retreat now. At least not for the time being. Previously, he played with Wei Sheng and went to the Eye of the Pillar of Heaven and snatched the Blue Charm throne. This action had crossed the line, but with his strength and status, he could suppress it. But now, if he fled like this, he wouldn't be able to suppress the series of consequences. Please. This was the Navy headquarters. The Empire's current situation was to invade the wilderness continent. Now, a large number of troops hadn't been transported to the wilderness continent, and the maritime logistics line hadn't been officially opened. In the end, the Navy headquarters was destroyed. And he was defeated by a single person. What would the people of the Shungming Empire think of this? What would the other races think? This wasn't just a huge joke, but it would affect the entire situation. If the Empire's navy was weak to this extent, how could they guarantee the logistics line of the army? How could they guarantee the victory of the unprecedented war between the humans and the beasts? The people of the Empire would have self-doubt, and the other races would be restless, thinking that the Empire's strength was only on the surface, but it was actually very weak inside. At least, the navy was a huge flaw of the Empire. Therefore, Bai Tong was very clear that he couldn't retreat. If he directly retreated and fled without a fight, he would be finished. The Grand Dukes of the Empire and the living gods would be the first to not let him off. Not only can I not retreat, but I also have to repel Firebeard. I have to repel him. When Bai Tong thought of this, he gritted his teeth and decisively ordered, "Send an emergency request to the Marshal, the other generals, and the Wei Sheng fleet. I will fight to the death against Firebeard. Everything is for the glory of the Empire, the flag of the Empire. I will not fall. Yes. I wish you victory, General. Martial arts prosperity." The Marine subordinates' morale was boosted. Bai Tong took a deep breath and knocked with his hand. The space in front of him split open, and he stepped in. In the next second, he appeared in front of Firebeard. "Firebeard, you are too arrogant." Bai Tong gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Firebeard laughed. "Loser, where are you going this time?" The two sides clashed. Bai Tong's silhouette flashed and reappeared. His main tactic was guerrilla warfare. He was stalling for time and waiting for reinforcements. His intention was very obvious. Firebeard did not seem to be in a hurry. Under the pressure of a legend, he could no longer maintain the red flame tsunami fighting technique. Military Harbor had just breathed a sigh of relief when suddenly, numerous shadows appeared from all over the place. "Kill. Kill these fur seals. Let us rob the Marine headquarters. Ahahaha." The pirates were extremely arrogant as they swarmed out. The Marines were caught off guard and were routed one by one. "What's going on?" Bai Tong was surprised. Firebeard laughed. "I am the leader of the pirate group. You are waiting for reinforcements, but I also have subordinates. When will your reinforcements arrive?" "My subordinates have long been ready. As soon as I make a move, they will sail from all directions to the military harbor. Today, I will snatch the military harbor." Bai Tong's face was ashen. He knew that he had fallen into Firebeard's trap. He could only pin his hopes on his subordinates. "Firebeard, you underestimate the elites of the Empire. Firebeard's pirates, only you are worth watching." The battle in the military harbor was in full swing. A large number of pirates suddenly could not move. The solid ground under their feet turned into a swamp. They were deep in the swamp and kept sinking. They could not use their dochi or magic power. "Trapped in my magic trap, you can only wait for death." The sacred domain mage who set up the magic trap sneered. "Is that so?" A short man appeared. He held a war hammer and slammed it on the ground. The magic trap collapsed. The sacred domain mage's expression changed. He stared at the dwarf's war hammer. "You are the magic breaker hammer?" "Poochie." While the mage was distracted, a dagger stabbed into the mage's back. The tip of the dagger came out of his heart. The mage struggled frantically, but found that all his magic power was absorbed by the dagger. He turned his head with difficulty and saw a dark-skinned woman with oil paint on her face. The mage fell to the ground and died unwillingly. The pirates were saved, but Hammer was dissatisfied and shouted, "Hey, he is mine." The dark-skinned woman sneered, her voice hoarse, "You were too slow." After saying that, she turned into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared. "Pirate scum, the Vice Admiral is here. Don't even think about rushing over." In front of him, there was a large number of corpses of the pirates. "Let me." A young man with a red scarf on his head stepped out. "Fourth Master." The pirates saw the young man and were overjoyed. The Vice Admiral's expression became serious, his gaze serious. "You are the red scarf? According to the latest news, you have advanced to the sacred domain not long ago?" "That's right. What kind of strong person is bullying the weak? I am also a sacred domain now. Come." The red scarf shouted. "Little brat, you have just advanced to the sacred domain and you want to die. Let me grant you your wish." The Vice Admiral roared and rushed towards the red scarf. After a few rounds of fighting, the Vice Admiral's eyes were wide open. He spat out blood and was sent flying by the red scarf's fists. How is this possible? My blood is not for control. What kind of fighting technique is this? The red scarf used his thumb to wipe his nose. He raised his head proudly. "I created it myself. I haven't named it yet." Boom, a mage tower completely collapsed, attracting the attention of many people. Is this fake? The mage tower actually collapsed. This tower was personally guarded by the sacred domain tower master. A tall figure slowly stood up from the ruins of the mage tower. Gulp. The Navy soldiers all swallowed their saliva and looked at the huge figure in horror. This man's expression was firm like steel. His arms were very thick and strong. They were so strong that they were disproportionate to his torso. What was even more eye-catching was that he had 2 pairs of arms condensed from Do-Chi. They were exactly the same as his original arms. They were lifelike and did not look like they were condensed from Do-Chi. Many arms. Damn it, it is the second head of Firebeard. It is rumored that he has the fighting power of a legend. No wonder the mage tower was destroyed by him alone. The morale of the Navy soldiers fell. On the other hand, the pirates were shouting. The more they killed, the more excited they became. How can this be? The more Bai Tong looked, the more he felt that something was wrong. The situation was different from what he had imagined. Although the pirates were mixed in good and bad, this time Firebeard had brought all his elites to attack the military port. Especially the few heads. Every one of them was brave and good at fighting. Their fighting power was astonishing. "Ha ha ha, you think that I do not know that your navy and spies have come to deal with me and secretly attacked my brothers? The Firebeard pirates are not to be trifled with. This time I will let you taste what is called pain." Firebeard laughed and touched the hilt of the roaring tail blade. "Cool." Do-Chi gushed out of his body and immediately rose into the sky and turned into a huge phoenix. The phoenix flew across the battlefield, and wherever it went, countless flames were sprinkled. Bathed in the fire of the phoenix, the injured pirates quickly healed and even regenerated their broken limbs. Seeing this scene, Bai Tong and the Marine Vice Admirals were pale. Firebeard's hand was simply the Archbishop's healing magic. All of a sudden, it offset the advantage of the Marine's clergy and even overpowered them. "I can't let him be so unscrupulous anymore." Bai Tong glared and pointed his palm at the roaring tail blade on Firebeard's waist. Fighting technique. As soon as he was about to use it, he saw Firebeard's eyes cast on him. "I have been playing with you for so long, haven't you felt it yet?" Firebeard laughed. "What?" Bai Tong felt a huge horror hovering in his heart. Firebeard raised his head and narrowed his eyes slightly. "The time has come, this is my fighting technique." "Cool." The next moment, Bai Tong's heart burned with flames. "When did I get hit?" Bai Tong was horrified and quickly retreated. His figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already hundreds of meters away. At the same time, he used his fighting spirit to suppress the flames in his heart. The flames were quickly suppressed, but not extinguished. Anger involuntarily spread from the bottom of his heart. Anger, anger. He wanted to rush up and tear Firebeard apart. Not good, this fighting technique seems to be closely related to my anger. Not only can it trigger my anger, but the angrier I am, the more difficult it is to suppress the flames in my heart, and the more likely it is to reignite. Bai Tong was also a general, and soon saw some details. Don't run. Firebeard flew to the sky and killed Bai Tong. Bai Tong fought with him again, and after a few rounds, he fled. Damn, how can I fight this? Firebeard laughed. It seems that you saw it. Yes, the closer you are to me, the more power the fighting technique will accumulate. Once it accumulates enough, it can reignite. Bai Tong had no choice but to use his fighting technique to attack from a distance and maintain a distance from Firebeard. The next moment, a blue light rushed to the sky and disappeared in an instant. Blue charm divine throne. Bai Tong was dumbfounded. After the shock, there was a huge anger. Ting. His heart burned with raging flames again. Firebeard, die for me. Bai Tong howled, his face distorted, and took the initiative to kill. That's right. Firebeard laughed. The two of them fought again, and the sky and earth were turned upside down, causing stormy waves. On the other side, in the military port, the pirates rushed over like a tide, and the navy took a limited number of ships and retreated in a sorry state. The pirates, led by multi-armed, trampled the Empire's flag under their feet, and screamed in a sea of fire and ruins. The Empire's navy headquarters fell. Chapter 388. Under the heavy night sky, the military port was ablaze and blood flowed, but the voodoo rainforest was quiet. Occasionally, there would be the screams of a successful predator, making the rainforest seem even more serene. Lights were still shining in the small wooden house. No matter what kind of beast it was, they would avoid the small wooden house. Even though the small wooden house did not emit any aura, the survival instincts of beasts were sometimes sharper than humans. The small wooden house was spacious, far exceeding the limits of the building's outer appearance. If an outsider pushed open the door and entered, they would be shocked to find that there were 4 legends in the small wooden house. Yi Gui was a marine admiral, Hua Sheng, and Asa were the top figures of the pirate group. Each of them had a deep influence on the main world's sea. But now, they were all focused on another woman. Mo Laro, a legend diviner and a core figure of the voodoo sect. The divination had failed once again. The grass doll in the basin withered once again and burned to ashes. Even the soil in the basin began to distort, forming a messy and complicated pattern that was disgusting to look at. Cough, cough, cough. Mo Laro kept coughing, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Her blood was very strange. It was black and emitted a foul stench, but there was also a hint of fishy sweetness. Yi Gui looked at her best friend worriedly. Mo Laro sensed her gaze and smiled at her. I'm fine, Ua. Saying this, she spat out another mouthful of blood. Yi Gui frowned. Are you sure? You've already spat out more than 10 liters of blood. You've spat out almost all of it, right? Take a rest, there's no need to rush. We can take it slow. Hearing this, the other 2 legendary powerhouses were not willing to do so. Miss Yi Gui, please understand our difficulties. Hua Sheng smiled. Dark magician Asa held his staff and said coldly, we have to race against time. If Flamebeard succeeds, we won't have an easy time. Yi Gui was a marine admiral. Even if Flamebeard stole the blue charm god's body and ascended to the pirate throne, he was only a new god. The Empire naturally had gods to deal with him. At that time, even if Yi Gui was held accountable, she could still be an admiral. But it was different for Hua Sheng and Asa. Their path to promotion lay in the pirate throne. To them, the pirate throne was even more important. It was the key that would affect their fates. If they failed, they would have to submit to the god of pirates unless they withdrew from the sea. The boat was small, so it was easy to turn around. However, they had a large family and business, so there were too many fetters and implications. It was very difficult for them to leave. Yi Gui snorted coldly. You are nervous and afraid of Firebeard, that is your business. Mo Laro is my friend. I care more about my friend's life. At worst, we'll just fight. We're all legends. Hua Sheng quickly raised his hand. Miss Yi Gui, please calm down. We don't want to start a war with you, we just want to find trouble with Firebeard. Of course, the legendary pirates weren't easy to talk to. But now, they didn't dare to rashly start a war. Because their goal had not been achieved. They were here to divine Blue Charm God's whereabouts. If they started a fight and spoiled the plan, Firebeard would get what he wanted. It would be a huge loss for them. Asa frowned. He was very unhappy with Yi Gui. If it was any other time, he would have already made a move. But now, he was very restrained. Yi Gui and Mo Laro had a close relationship. This was obvious to anyone with a discerning eye. If he attacked Yi Gui, how would Mo Laro react? It was very likely that Mo Laro wouldn't do any more divination for him. Asa thought for a moment and sneered, Yi Gui, you don't seem to understand reality. This is a deal. We provide the voodoo sect's holy item in exchange for Master Mo Laro's immediate divination. This is consensual. As an outsider, you can't take out any holy item. Allowing you to continue staying here is already the limit of our tolerance. Please pay more attention to your actions. You. Yi Gui was indignant. All right, stop quarreling. Mo Laro raised his hand and complained weakly, can you all stop? You're making my head hurt. It's not easy to divine a god. Can you all please shut up? As a divination master, although Mo Laro was also a legend, his combat power was limited. So, it was also her idea for Yi Gui to stay by her side. If the divination results were out and these two legend pirates killed her in order to keep the news a secret, who would she cry to? I'm just worried about you. Yi Gui rolled his eyes at Mo Laro and said intimately. Mo Laro comforted her best friend again. I understand, it's okay. I just feel a little nauseous. I have to vomit something to feel better. This is the price of the divination ritual. It's more beneficial for me to vomit because this blood will bear the backlash. This feeling is actually like being pregnant. You know, there will be morning sickness. When you smell anything, you will feel nauseous, want to vomit, lose your appetite, and have a headache. Yi Gui hurriedly shook his head. I don't know how it feels to be pregnant. Have you had it before? Mo Laro stretched out her finger and pinched Yi Gui's arm, but she couldn't pinch it. On the surface, Yi Gui was only wearing a princess dress. How many clothes are you wearing this time? Mo Laro teased. None of your business. I'm wearing more to keep warm. Yi Gui snorted coldly. Mo Laro was about to speak when she coughed again. She wiped the corner of her mouth and said indifferently, Look, I vomited again. It's okay. It's okay. Yi Gui's eyes widened. This time, Hua Sheng and Asa frowned a little. Because there were a few suspicious fragments in the blood that was vomited. What is this? Yi Gui pointed and shouted. Oh, it's my lungs. Mo Laro laughed. It's okay, it's just a small fragment of my lungs. Let's continue. The sun slowly rose from the sea level, and the morning glow dyed the sea red. It was beautiful. In the military port that was already in ruins, pirate ships crowded the dock. There were also a large number of ships sailing on the sea near the port, like a group of sharks that had gathered after smelling blood. Firebeard sat on a stone stool at the dock, enjoying the worshipful and even fanatical gazes of his subordinates. He quietly listened to the reports of his subordinates. After fighting hard in the first half of the night and cleaning up the battlefield in the second half of the night, the pirates also had emergency maintenance experts. They tried their best to operate the warships that could be operated and counted the spoils of war that could be collected. Even though Wei Sheng had taken away most of the elites and important supplies, the pirates still had a lot of spoils of war. After all, this was the Shengming Empire's navy headquarters. The treasury was very rich. Boss, are you looking for me? Foam Yarrow walked in front of Firebeard. His face was covered in dust. He also participated in the battle last night. But he rushed over in the second half of the battle. Firebeard's tactic of dispersing the pirate group deceived everyone. Not only the two legendary pirate groups, but the Empire's navy also never expected that Firebeard would be so daring as to attack the Empire's navy headquarters. Third brother, come, take this. Firebeard saw Foam Yarrow, smiled, and threw him a bottle of potion. Foam Yarrow quickly took it and looked at it. His pupils dilated slightly, and he cried out in surprise, "This is legendary healing potion. Drink it, and you can recover from your injuries and return to the sacred level." Multi-Arm came over, accompanied by a young man with a red bandana. The young man glanced at Foam Yarrow curiously, and then immediately stared at Firebeard with fanatical eyes. "Boss," he shouted. "I just received news that your name is first on the pirate ship's sacred tablet." Foam Yarrow gratefully put away the potion, thinking that it was no wonder. They had done so well this time. The entire Imperial Navy headquarters was destroyed. Although Bitong was not killed in the end, he suffered heavy injuries from Firebeard. Multi-Arm said in a deep voice, "The news of this battle hasn't really spread yet. Now, rumors are flying around the pirate ship, and everyone is guessing what we did. Boss, what should we do next? The Shungming Empire should be very angry. It's very likely that the gods will personally take action." Multi-Arm was the second in command and had a steady temperament. He was the chief manager of Firebeard's pirate group. He was loyal to Firebeard. The reason why Firebeard's pirate group was the largest in the Origin world was not only because of Firebeard's powerful personality, but also because of his hard work and management. Do you still need to say that? The newly promoted sacred level red bandana put his hands behind his head and said casually, "Blue Charm God has already flown away. He must have gone to find Blue Charm God's main body. Hurry up and attack Blue Charm God. This god is too weak. It's perfect. If other pirates manage to get their hands on it, the pirate throne will probably be snatched away." Multi-Arm was silent. Foam Yarrow's expression abruptly changed as worry appeared on his face. Firebeard laughed. "There's no need. I've already promised fourth brother that I won't attack Blue Charm God." "Ah, is that so?" Red Bandana was very surprised. Multi-Arm still did not say anything. "But if that's the case..." Red Bandana hesitated. Foam Yarrow choked. "Boss." Firebeard stood up and walked in front of Foam Yarrow. He patted his shoulder and took Red Bandana over. "Kid, do you see that, son?" "Yes, I see it." Red Bandana was confused. Firebeard said heroically, "What is the Blue Charm Divine Throne? What is the Pirate Throne? Can it be compared to our brotherhood? Hee. My goal is the sun. I want to become an existence like the sun and wield the authority of fire. The rest is not the path I want to take." For a moment, everyone was moved. The sun jumped out of the sea, and the sunlight was dazzling, illuminating the vast sky and sea. It was as if flames were burning. The sunlight shone on everyone's faces. Red Bandana had a yearning expression. Foam Yarrow stared in the direction of Fire Spray City. Multi-Arm was expressionless. Red Bandana's brows relaxed under the sea breeze. Then, he laughed out loud. Chapter 389. The sun rose high, sprinkling bright light. The moist sea breeze dissipated into nothingness in the city. This was a huge town full of enthusiasm. In the market, people of all walks of life were jostling each other. The sounds of hawking, haggling, shouting, and bandits were all mixed together. The news that the marine headquarters was destroyed by the Flamebeard pirates was spreading on the way. Everything was as usual. "What?" ZDI's voice showed a hint of anxiety. "The red and blue crystal clusters in your shop are also sold out?" After a night's rest, she began to act in the early morning, taking advantage of the morning market to buy a lot of materials. Everything went very smoothly. After all, she had already inquired about it yesterday. But in the end, there was an accident, and all the red and blue crystal clusters were sold out. And this resource was a necessity for the Justice Pirates. "Excuse me, who is it that suddenly bought so many red and blue crystal clusters?" ZDI's voice was low. "Sorry, we will not sell the information of our customers. This is the rule of our shop." ZDI handed a few gold coins. So, the person who received her immediately took the gold coins and changed his words. Information trading is also a business of our shop. The Sand Huang clan caravan from the lava continent. ZDI got the answer and was a little surprised. She was still guessing which big businessman launched a commercial operation for the red and blue crystal clusters. She didn't expect it to be a foreign caravan. Generally speaking, the possibility of such foreign caravans manipulating the market in other areas is relatively low. What is the purpose of the other party? Why is the demand for the red and blue crystal clusters so big and strong? ZDI had to go and negotiate. The red and blue crystal clusters were not a high-grade material, but they were indeed rare. According to the scientific name in the field of alchemy, they should be called the associated crystals of fire and water elements. This crystal cluster had two colors, red and blue, and water and fire balanced each other. The Flame Island was one of the important production areas. After several inquiries, ZDI came to the Sand Huang clan caravan station. The scale of the caravan was so large that it exceeded ZDI's expectations. There was a temporary station specially arranged for the caravan in the Flame Island. Generally speaking, caravans that entered the Flame Island would not be treated like this. ZDI expressed her intention to the guards of the caravan station, but the caravan refused her request. The Sand Huang clan caravan was very arrogant. This made ZDI even more curious. She thought about it and showed the token of the elder of the Purple Vine Chamber of Commerce. The guard saw the token and his expression slightly changed. He took the token and his attitude towards ZDI became respectful. Please allow me to report this matter to the lords. Go. ZDI agreed. A moment later, Shobun saw the token in the largest tent of the caravan. His name was Sand Huang clan caravan of the Sand Huang clan caravan. Of the Sand Huang was the Sand Huang clan caravan. As the son of the Shohuang clan's patriarch, Shobun's bloodline was thick and his talent was high. He had already reached the Saint Realm. Purple of the purple of the purple of commerce of the former 7th Chamber of Commerce has been devoured by the higher-ups of the Shungming Empire, but the remaining power is still not to be underestimated. Interesting. Then let me take a look. The guard brought back the token and after giving it to ZDI, he led her into the tent. The outside of the tent was ordinary, but the inside was spacious, well-designed, and beautifully decorated. A giant with a dirty braid was half lying on the soft golden sand, as if he was lying on a huge sofa. He was surrounded by several maids. There were humans, elves, and so on. All of them were beautiful and had outstanding figures. Some of them were holding huge plates full of fresh fruits, some were massaging the giant's legs, and some were fanning the giant lightly. I am the young master of the Sand Huang clan, the only successor, the Saint Warrior Sand Huang clan. Magician from the Purple Vine Chamber of Commerce, tell me why you are here. The giant spoke first. He only opened his eyes and looked at ZDI with an arrogant attitude. ZDI bowed to him and told him why she wanted to buy the red and blue crystals. Sand Huang was disappointed. Such a small matter. Behind the mask, ZDI's voice was neither humble nor arrogant. Compared to you, I'm just a small black iron mage. I'm not even worth mentioning. Since I'm in charge of the affairs of the Chamber of Commerce, I'm naturally not that important. However, we'll buy as many red and blue crystals as you have. The price is negotiable. Sand Huang closed his eyes and lost interest in ZDI. You can leave now. He didn't care about such a small business. ZDI quickly said, although I'm weak, I still have many connections in the Chamber of Commerce. If I'm lucky enough to make this deal with your Chamber of Commerce, we can cooperate in other fields. Shobun snorted in displeasure. ZDI's body shook as if she had suffered a mental blow. She didn't dare to stay any longer. She bowed and left the tent, leaving the Sand Huang clan's Chamber of Commerce. Hihi, how can the merchants of the Purple Vine Chamber of Commerce be so blind? I told her to leave, but she insisted on talking. She learned her lesson and ran away in the end. A maid smiled. She peeled a grape the size of an apple and brought it to Sand Huang's mouth. Sand Huang ate one and shook his head. This black iron magician isn't simple. Her mental space is strong and vast. I planned to hurt her for a month, but it seems she'll recover in a week at most. Although the purple vine chamber of commerce isn't as good as it used to be, you can see that even if the ship is rotten, there's still a few pounds of nails left. Spitfire City was built around a volcano. The real core wasn't the town, but the depths of the volcano. This wasn't a secret. Many giant magic arrays were set up in the depths of the volcano. They were used to seal, defend, and investigate. As the master of Spitfire City, the legendary giant Ryu was overseeing it all year round. Kang Shu's mission this time was to investigate the details of this place. Am I reaching my limit? Kang Shu's face was pale. His body was on the verge of collapse, and his mind was in a trance. He had been investigating for almost the entire morning. Although his main body was still in the town, he relied on casting spells and controlling ghosts. The results of his investigation were much better than that of a sacred thief. This was mainly because most investigative and defensive methods were useless against new necromancy spells. They were almost all flaws. The location of the passage to the abyss has been investigated. It's time to retreat. Kang Shu mobilized several ghosts and undead and began to withdraw gradually. Boom! At this moment, the earth shook. A loud sound came from the depths of the volcano. Bright red magma boiled. A cloud of black smoke rose from the volcano and rushed into the sky. What's going on? Kang Shu was bewildered. In an instant, he saw through the vision of ghosts that there seemed to be a figure moving in the depths of the volcano. If I retreat now, I can still retrieve these ghosts. If I continue to investigate, these ghosts will probably be exhausted. Or after I retrieve them, I'll recuperate and heal these ghosts so they can sneak in to investigate again in a complete state. Kang Shu was faced with a choice. He was somewhat hesitant. But soon, he made his decision. He resolutely chose to sacrifice these ghosts and let them rush deeper into the volcano. The reason for this choice was that Kang Shu knew his own situation and was pressed for time. The second reason was that the depths of the volcano were very hidden. This time, they took the initiative to expose themselves and let him discover them. If he missed this opportunity, he might not be able to find anything even if he sneaked into the correct location with just ghost detection. Just as the few ghosts rushed into the important area, they heard another loud boom. Waves of air mixed with the aftermath of magic power swept out in all directions like a raging storm. The ghost floating at the front was torn apart on the spot by the shockwave. Kang Shu hurriedly commanded the ghosts to hide behind protruding rocks. Only then did he save the last three. The ghosts were constantly weakened by the surrounding environment while investigating the volcano and were constantly being damaged. They had held on for so long and were already at the end of their rope. The three ghosts continued to go deeper. Through the vision of the ghosts, Kang Shu's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw a giant. A legendary giant. She was holding a giant hammer up high, hitting a giant dragon. Every time she hit it, a thunderous sound would be heard. Terrifying shockwaves would be created around her. The shockwaves from the hammer would spread out in all directions. She should be Ryu, the city lord of Flame Spitfire City. Then what's with this giant dragon? Kang Shu endured his headache and continued to observe. He quickly discovered that this giant dragon was ferocious, with a head full of curved horns. It wasn't a dragon of the main world, but rather an abyss demon dragon. And the demon dragon's aura was also legendary. This isn't a living demon dragon. Ryu must have used the demon dragon's corpse to create a giant dragon war puppet. She's originally very good at creating puppets at this point. There were only two of Kang Shu's ghosts left. Ryu breathed heavily and suddenly stopped. Come out! The demon dragon's belly suddenly opened and a female giant came out. Patriarch, the female giant, called out to Ryu, I can still hold on, let me continue to help you. She was smaller than Ryu and the demon dragon, so she was able to enter the demon dragon's body. Ryu's skin was brownish red, but this female giant's skin was light red. She wore a golden headband, her hair was disheveled and her face was covered in dirt. Her hands weren't empty either, one of them was holding an anvil, the other a large brick. Ryu shook her head. You forgot something more important. The young patriarch of the Shohuang tribe has been waiting for you for 5 to 6 days. Go see him. Don't forget, you have a responsibility on your shoulders. The saint-rank female giant Brick curled her lips, unwillingly put down the anvil and brick in her hands and grunted. At this point, Kang Shu's last ghost couldn't hold on any longer and silently dissipated. Chapter 390. In the room, Kang Shu knelt on the ground, panting heavily. His vision was dizzy. The ghosts he used for reconnaissance maintained a close mental connection with him. When the ghosts were destroyed, they would also implicate Kang Shu, causing his mind to suffer from a backlash. After checking the alchemy array in the room and confirming that there were no problems, Kang Shu immediately drank a potion and meditated on the spot. After a while, he opened his eyes. The dizziness was slightly better, but a dull pain filled his entire body. My body has been transformed by necromancy. I'm already a half-dead, half-alive person. This pain is not physical, but spiritual. It seems that this time, I lost too many ghosts at once, causing my soul to be damaged as well. Kang Shu sighed. He had found the reason. I can't stay here for too long. Kang Shu decided to return to the deep-sea monster fish first, then deal with the injuries to his soul. He began to tidy up the alchemy array in the room. The array diagram of this array came from the Tower Genie's database. After it was set up, a mage could cast spells in the array, effectively restraining magic power fluctuations. Without this layer of array, Kang Shu would definitely be discovered by the city guards when he used necromancy. Large cities like Fire Spray City all had mage towers. They all had detection magic facilities or constant spells. There were even regional magic nets. Under the cover of the magic net, if a mage wanted to cast spells, they had to seek the corresponding authority of the magic net. Fire Spray City was not a magic city, so it did not have a regional magic net. After tidying up the array and destroying all traces of it, Kang Shu cautiously checked many times before leaving. After making sure that he did not leave any obvious clues, he pushed open the door and walked out with a normal expression. It was already evening. He blended into the crowd on the street and was inconspicuous. Not long after, he successfully met up with the other members of the Justice Pirates. After a simple exchange, ZDI said to Kang Shu with a hint of impatience, "I need your help. All the materials have been successfully purchased. Only the last item is left, the red and blue crystal clusters. The giant caravan of the Sand Yellow clan has bought all the red and blue crystal clusters in the city. I went to their door, but the discussion failed. Later on, we found out that the Sand Yellow clan's caravan had come from afar. The caravan was just a cover. Their real plan was to escort their young master, Chang Shobun, to the fire-spitting city to marry the giants here. This information was not difficult to find out. Although the Shohuang caravan tried their best to hide it, when they reached the fire spray city, they took the initiative to spread the news. In fact, even if they didn't spread the news, the citizens of Spitfire City had their own guesses about the giants who had come from afar. The marriage proposal was initiated by Ryu, the lord of Fire Spitting City. The target was not only the Sand Yellow clan. ZDI continued, Shobun's marriage partner is Genya of Fire Spray City. The latter is a master alchemist personally taught by Ryu. Like Shobun, he's also a saint. In order to succeed in the marriage, the Sand Yellow clan brought a lot of rare resources and treasures to be used as bargaining chips for the marriage. I need to find out information about the caravan's base and try to steal the red and blue crystal clusters tonight. ZDI's proposal was very bold. Kang Shu endured the pain in his soul and thought carefully. He found that ZDI's idea was very wise. The main purpose of the Sand Yellow clan's caravan was to form a marriage alliance. If they wanted to trade the red and blue crystal clusters, they would not try to buy them. Instead, they would negotiate with the Fire Spitting City. The Fire Spitting City was one of the largest producers of the red and blue crystal clusters. A long-term trade would be more beneficial for both sides. Since the Sand Yellow caravan did not do so, and instead spent more than 30% of the market price to buy the red and blue crystal clusters, it meant that they urgently needed this resource. It was very likely that it was related to the marriage alliance. Since they urgently needed it, they might consume the crystal clusters on the spot. Therefore, if the Justice Pirates wanted to get these things, they had to race against time. At present, in the entire Justice Pirates, except for the young captain with the Bloodcore, no one was better at reconnaissance than Kang Shu. Kang Shu looked solemn and nodded to ZDI. My ghosts were all lost in the volcano. Even after paying such a price, we still managed to find a hidden space. That's Ryu's foundry. I saw this legendary giant and the saint giant Tsukiya. Let's not talk about this for now. I have to rush back to the deep-sea monster fish first. ZDI nodded. Let's go back together. I also need to bring a group of people to help me. The materials purchased by ZDI were currently placed in several temporarily rented warehouses. Because there were a lot of materials, in order to avoid attracting attention, ZDI had planned to let the members of the Justice Pirates take some of them back to the deep-sea monster fish. This way, it would be very low-key and not so eye-catching. After a few words with the others, ZDI and Kang Shu left Spitfire City, sneaked all the way down to the beach, and swam back to the deep-sea monster fish. ZDI contacted the other members, and Kang Shu stepped into a special alchemy array to consume soul crystals to heal his soul. This alchemy array was originally set up by him, and many members benefited from it. The injuries to Kang Shu's soul had been healed to a great extent. But it's not thorough enough. A moment later, the door of a dark cabin was opened by Kang Shu. Kang Shu stepped in silently. This was a cabin dedicated to holding captives. The captives were all in deep sleep. They were placed next to each other like sticks on the shelves. On the bottom few floors of the shelves, there was another person on top of each person. The captives were sleeping soundly. Not only were they under spells, but they were also drugged, which was double insurance. Quickly glancing at these people, Kang Shu's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness. He closed the door, and the cabin immediately became dark. As he chanted, a grayish-white light lit up in the darkness. The chanting soon ended, and the necromancy spell was successfully cast. Kang Shu stretched out his hand, and a sleeping captive's body suddenly trembled slightly, and a human-shaped soul flew out of the body. The human-shaped soul was pinched in Kang Shu's hand, and as the necromancy spell took effect, the human-shaped soul let out a shrill scream, and the whole body began to distort rapidly. 10 seconds later, the human-shaped soul was distorted into a pile of slag, turned into a pile of light spots, and quickly dissipated. And the essence turned into a warm current, pouring in from Kang Shu's palm, all the way to the depths of his soul, and quickly blending. Ah! Kang Shu couldn't help but raise his head, squinting his eyes, and let out a satisfied sigh. Injuries to the soul naturally had to be treated with the soul. Not all souls had such an outstanding effect on Kang Shu's injuries. Souls also had to be compatible with each other. A compatible soul, coupled with a suitable necromancy spell, was equivalent to a special medicine for Kang Shu's condition. On the other hand, the soul crystal had a wide range of applications, and was not specifically targeted. If the soul was really injured, it could only be used as a supplementary treatment. Without this necromancy spell, Kang Shu could only wait for his soul to heal itself after using the soul crystal. Now that he used this spell, it saved him a lot of time. After consuming 3 fresh souls in a row, Kang Shu restored his soul to its peak state. He then drank the potion, and quickly recovered his magic power. But because it was daytime, when he was casting spells to control the ghosts, he drank a lot of potions. The potions he drank now were not very effective, and the cost-effectiveness ratio was very low. The situation was tense, and Kang Shu couldn't care less. With the help of the newly generated magic power, Kang Shu continuously cast necromancy spells to create ghosts. This spell had a high probability of failure. Kang Shu sacrificed more than a dozen captives, and only then did he have 3 new ghosts. After dealing with the corpses, Kang Shu left the cabin and found that ZDI had already left the deep-sea monster fish with a group of people. ZDI's time was even more tight. She needed these people to spread out and sneak into Fire Spray City. If the gates of Fire Spray City were closed at night, it would be more difficult to enter and exit. Fortunately, every evening, there was a lot of traffic at every city gate. Many citizens of Fire Spray City had to go to other ports on Fire Spray Island for work and livelihood, but they also lived in Fire Spray City. When Kang Shu arrived at the city gate, there were already very few people, and the city gate was about to close. After he successfully entered, he met up with ZDI and the others again. Late at night, the young man, ZDI, Kang Shu, Sandao, and the others hid in a hotel room closest to the caravan's base. Under the cover of the alchemy array, Kang Shu controlled the ghosts to enter the caravan's base. Even the tight defenses inside the volcano couldn't stop the ghosts from spying. Investigating the caravan's base was even easier for these ghosts. They first spread out, and then quickly found the warehouse. There were all sorts of rare resources stored in metal boxes of various sizes. The tent where the boxes were kept was guarded inside and outside. It was heavily guarded and very vigilant. It showed the excellent military skills of the sand giants. But it was useless. The three ghosts were extremely weak, but they swaggered in and out under the watchful eyes of the guards. The guards didn't notice anything. It wasn't that these people didn't have any detection methods against natural ghosts. It was that they lacked countermeasures against ghosts created by necromancy spells. Of course, as time passed, more and more people came into contact with necromancy spells and understood it. There would definitely be a way to deal with it in the future. Most of the boxes could be directly penetrated by the ghosts to check the contents. In the end, only a few storage boxes were left. The quality was at least silver, and many of them were shining with the radiance of magic, which made it difficult for the ghosts to penetrate. Forcibly penetrating them would have a great impact on the ghosts and cause irreparable damage. Especially since these three ghosts were new and very weak. There are more than 10 boxes, and we can't tell which one is which. Kang Shu frowned. Even if I abandon these three ghosts and sacrifice them to investigate, I'm afraid I can't find more than 2. I have an idea. ZDI smiled and patted the gargoyle puppet beside her. Next, it's time for my little darling to enter the stage. Chapter 391. In the night, the gargoyle puppet moved like a ghost, quickly approaching the Sho Huang caravan's encampment from the dark corners between the houses. In the room, a magic array was operating, showing a floating image, which was what the gargoyle puppet saw. The caravan's encampment was heavily guarded, with many magic traps. Only the entrance was not set up. There were 2 gold-level guards guarding the entrance, very vigilant. Not only that, there were patrols around, patrolling the entrance every 10 minutes. Whether it was the guards or the patrols, their height and body shape were different from humans, they were standard giants. ZDI commanded the gargoyle with rapt attention. There were 2 main ways to control the gargoyle. One was simple orders, such as attack, retreat, guard the place, and so on. The other was like the current situation, where ZDI personally controlled it. This kind of control would make the gargoyle more spiritual, and its actions would be more appropriate to ZDI's idea. But it consumed mental strength, and the range of control was not large. However, in order to expand the range of control, the Justice Pirates had already set up an alchemy array in the room before the operation. They had to thank the war dealer for this. He had too many alchemy results in his database, and there were countless alchemy arrays. ZDI used her mental strength to control the gargoyle, and after leaving the cover of the house, it swaggered directly to the entrance. Whether it was the 2 gold-level guards at the entrance or the patrols around the corner, they all turned a blind eye to the gargoyle. Pearl foam. In order to ensure the success of this operation, the Justice Pirates took out extremely rare and limited divine artifacts. The gargoyle used pearl foam, which could be used to camouflage intelligent beings for a certain period of time. The Sho Huang caravan had set up a large number of magic traps everywhere in the encampment. But at the entrance, to avoid trouble, they replaced the traps with guards. This point happened to be used by the Justice Pirates. Kang Shu's ghost had already investigated clearly, and secretly destroyed and interfered with some. ZDI was reminded, and controlled the gargoyle to bypass many magic traps, and smoothly entered the tent. There were many boxes containing supplies, but ZDI was well prepared. The gargoyle opened its mouth and spat out a bottle of potion. It opened the cork of the potion, and the potion inside immediately evaporated and drifted into the air. The potion didn't have any smell and was colorless at first. 10 seconds later, wisps of purple smoke appeared in the air. In the room of the inn, ZDI explained to everyone with a smile, "Back then, I collected various prices of goods from various shops. At the same time, I also tried my best to inspect the goods. This was to prevent sellers from swapping goods with shoddy ones. The red and blue crystal cluster is one of them. After I touched it, it was stained with a colorless and odorless potion. This kind of potion is very difficult to discover. Only when you come into contact with the corresponding potion will you be able to find traces of it. When everyone heard this explanation, they suddenly understood. No wonder ZDI was so confident. The young man looked at ZDI with undisguised admiration in his eyes. ZDI's strength was limited by her bloodline, so she was only at the Black Iron rank. However, she herself was very outstanding. Even some small tricks could be used by her to ingeniously solve big problems in reality. The potion in the bottle quickly evaporated. Thick purple smoke appeared in the tent. Following the traces of the purple smoke, everyone found their target. There were 2 boxes, neither of which was big. They were 40 centimeters long, 20 centimeters wide and 30 centimeters high. The 2 boxes were exactly the same. Even if the gargoyle reached out to lift them, it would find that the weight was about the same. It would be difficult to lift them. In fact, it wasn't just these 2 boxes. There were more than a dozen boxes that were similar in appearance. These are all space boxes, alchemy creations. The specifications should be the same. It is very likely that they were made by the same person. In the room, Kang Shu began to command the ghosts to cooperate with the gargoyle and try to open the boxes on the spot. It was unsuccessful. This kind of box must be brought back and placed in a high-level alchemy array. Only then can it be opened safely. If you try to open it by force, not only will it trigger the alarm, but it may also trigger the runes inside, causing the treasure inside to be destroyed. At this point, ZDI looked troubled. But the gargoyle can only carry 1 box. We can only choose one. Although these boxes weren't big, each of them was very heavy. The gargoyle was already at the silver rank, but it was difficult to maintain it. Moving only 1 box was still a difficult challenge for it. As for Kang Shu's 3 ghosts, they were even more hopeless. Which one should we choose? ZDI was a little hesitant as she looked at everyone. Lan Zhao said, just pick one. I think that the longer we delay, the more likely an accident will happen. In any case, both boxes have traces of purple smoke. This means that both boxes contain red and blue crystal clusters. It doesn't matter which one we choose. No. Kang Shu shook his head. The purple smoke only indicates the whereabouts of the red and blue crystal clusters. It doesn't mean that the red and blue crystal clusters are really stored in the boxes. The simplest case is that after these people bought the red and blue crystal clusters, they put them in 1 box. Later, they found that the box couldn't fit them, so they put them in a second, more empty box. That's right. ZDI added, moreover, the red and blue crystal clusters that I checked were only a small portion. It's possible that both boxes stored crystals, or it's possible that they were only stored for a while, and these crystals have already been taken out and used up. If there's no better way to distinguish, we can only take a gamble. San Dao gritted his teeth. Master Zhong Ji's situation is not good. He can't hold on much longer. When Zhong Ji was mentioned, everyone's face turned serious. From Confusion Island to the Eye of Heaven's Pillar Sea, Zhong Ji had become one of their closest companions. Everyone struggled to survive together, fought against strong enemies together, drank and laughed together, and thought of a way out for the future together. Saving Zhong Ji was everyone's wish. No one was willing to give up on Zhong Ji so easily. San Dao's words were the truth. Zhong Ji was running out of time. Along the way, everyone spared no expense and relied on all kinds of precious potions and rare scrolls to barely keep him alive. When they arrived at Fire-Breathing Island, his situation had deteriorated to the extreme. He doesn't have much time left. In fact, it's the same for us. Make your choice. ZDI said. Who could make the choice for Zhong Ji? San Dao did not decline and pointed at the magic image in the air. I choose this box. Then, ZDI was about to say something but was interrupted by the young captain. The moment San Dao made his choice, he had an intuition, choosing the other box would be better. My feeling tells me that the other box would be better. The young man spoke his true thoughts. Everyone was stunned. San Dao stared at the young man and thought, I don't have anything to insist on. I'll listen to you, Master. After making their choice, ZDI and Kang Shu immediately started to move. Kang Shu controlled the ghosts to scout ahead. The silver gargoyle carried the box and stealthily moved forward. It had a hard time carrying the box, and its back was hunched in an exaggerated arc. His two broad wings had become useless. Fly. Don't even think about it. There were no surprises or dangers on the way back. They still swaggered out of the base's gate. The pearl foam really had a magical effect. Not long after, the gargoyle returned to the inn, and everyone personally touched the box. The box was very heavy, and even the young man did not have the strength to move it. He was not in his dragonoid form, nor was he in his fishman form. Give it to the big guy. Put it among the other supplies and let the big guy take it out at dawn. It was already late at night, and it was very troublesome to leave the city. Not only did they need to go through the formalities, but they would also be checked more strictly than during the day. First clean up the traces here, we'll move to the second temporary base and have a good rest. The young captain ordered. This operation was to steal from a saint powerhouse, and it was like pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth. But everyone had experienced too many thrilling experiences, and this kind of risk was like a drizzle. The brave Justice pirates quickly moved to the second temporary stronghold. It was also a hotel. According to the plan, Sandao and Lan Zhao would keep watch, and the others would seize the opportunity to close their eyes and sleep. When they woke up, the sky was already bright. The Sand Yellow clan's base was still calm, and they should not have realized that they lost a box. According to ZDI's arrangement, the big guy followed the morning crowd and smoothly left Fire Spray City. Not long after, on deep-sea monsterfish, the box was safely opened under the continuous operation of the alchemy array. There were no red and blue crystal clusters. Chapter 392. This, seeing that there was no trace of the red and blue crystal clusters in the chest, everyone's heart sank. What about Zone GE? Without the red and blue crystal clusters, we can't build the alchemy array. How can we save Zone GE if we can't unleash more of the power of the golden green jade coffin? Sandao clenched his fists. The cruel and cold future made his eyes red and round with anger. The goblin straightened his neck and suddenly said, "Let's go back and steal again. Let's steal the other treasure chests." ZDI and Kang Shu looked at each other, worried. There's not enough time. Besides, if we go back and steal again, the risk will be at least 10 times higher. Sandao gritted his teeth. We were wrong. At that time, after stealing a chest, we could have just left it there and continued. ZDI and Kang Shu both shook their heads. The latter said, "The alchemy array can't hold on anymore. I'm not in good condition and have hit rock bottom. Miss ZDI's spirit is also mostly exhausted. She needs to rest." Sandao shouted, "Then hurry up and rest. Seize the time. When we're better, we'll steal again." Lan Zhao shook his head. Sandao, calm down. Even if we go back and steal that chest, are you sure it's there? It's very likely that the situation is the same as now. Sandao, then what can we do? His face was very ugly as he muttered to himself, if only we had chosen the other chest. The young captain's tone was heavy as he blamed himself. This is my responsibility. ZDI shook her head. It's not your fault at all. We were all gambling. Everyone agreed to choose this chest. It's true that one has to take responsibility for making decisions, but it's too unfair to blame you for this matter. At this point, the president of the Chamber of Commerce looked at Sandao with a cold gaze. Sandao didn't back down. His attitude was very tough. The teenage captain walked between ZDI and Sandao, separating them from each other. Everyone, calm down. His face was solemn, and his gaze gave off a strong sense of majesty. Everyone restrained their expressions, be it Sandao or ZDI. The authority of the young captain as a leader was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. The teenager took a deep breath and said sincerely, "We are in a very dangerous situation now. Perhaps the Flame Island is the last stop of the Justice Pirates. Everyone is under a lot of psychological pressure, but there is no need to fight among ourselves and vent this pressure on our companions. Along the way, we have supported each other and experienced countless hardships and dangers. We broke into the underground alchemy factory of the war traffickers and barely made it out alive. We rushed out of the heavenly pillar C's eye, which was extremely thrilling. We evaded the pursuit of the Imperial Navy and struggled to survive. Zhong Ji has fallen. He fought with his life on the line for this group. Therefore, we will never give up on him. We don't have much time left, and we don't have many chances left. But we still have hope and can continue to try. As soon as the voice fell, Kang Shu immediately nodded. As a butler of a noble, he was very good at maintaining authority. Just like before, he immediately expressed his support for the teenager. Sir is absolutely right. Zhong Ji's situation is very complicated and serious. Since he fell into a coma, we have been trying our best to save him. The potions, scrolls, and so on consumed are of astonishing value. These treatment methods come from the Empire, and the quality is quite high. It is almost impossible to obtain better treatment methods from the outside world. Because our situation is too difficult. Only with the help of the alchemy array and better display the power of the golden green jade coffin can there be hope to cure Zhong Ji. At this point, Kang Shu looked at Sandow again. We have been working hard and have never thought of giving up. Your proposal is to continue stealing, but this method is very risky. ZDI shook her head and analyzed. There is not enough time. We have to set up the array and find a suitable place to hide and cast spells again. If we continue to steal, the possibility of being exposed is too high. If I were a giant of the Sand Huang tribe, I would definitely take inventory of these resources and treasures every day. There is one possibility, that our theft has already been discovered, but they are not doing it in secret. To them, Spitfire City is not their territory. It is also very possible that they are being more cautious. After all, they have so many boxes, and only one of them is missing. There is no need to make a fuss. More importantly, if this matter is blown out of proportion, it means that they are not good at guarding and are very incompetent. This is very humiliating for the Sand Huang clan. This will cause more trouble for their marriage alliance in Spitfire City. At this point, ZDI paused for a moment. Actually, we can change our way of thinking, we can start to negotiate with them. We can use the treasures in the box we stole, or other things, to exchange for the red and blue crystal clusters. Of course, this way, they will immediately suspect me. After all, I have met with them before and expressed my strong desire to buy them. This is not a big deal, with our current situation, it doesn't matter if we provoke one more saint. Moreover, we have a legitimate reason. Then, ZDI told him that she had been attacked secretly in the tent and her mind had been injured. You are injured. The young man was very concerned. ZDI hurriedly said, I am not deliberately hiding it. It is just that this matter does not affect the overall situation. To be honest, when I stole the treasure box, I really reached my limit. Hearing this, Sandow's face showed a trace of shame. ZDI did not care about Sandow's bad attitude. The young man's sincere concern made her secretly happy and happy. Sandow frowned and said, if we are going to negotiate, then let me go. I can threaten the young patriarch of the Sand Huang tribe and use the excuse of breaking the marriage alliance to increase the bargaining chip. He was enlightened by ZDI's words. As a saint, Sand Bun was indeed powerful. The entire Sand Huang tribe's caravan was also stronger than the Justice Pirates. But, this did not mean that the Justice Pirates could only be at a disadvantage. The situation was different. The Sand Huang tribe also had weaknesses and flaws. Kang Shu interrupted, other than stealing, there are indeed other ways. If we are going to negotiate, then the treasure in this box is also one of our bargaining chips. If its value is high, it will be more advantageous for us to negotiate. With this reminder, everyone looked at the box carefully. There was only one thing in the box. It was obvious that this was an alchemy item. After taking it out, this alchemy treasure was completely displayed in front of everyone. It was about the same size as an adult, about 1.75 meters. Its entire form was like an octopus, with many tentacles. It was more like an evil eye, but with many eyes, the entire spherical head was surrounded by eyes. These eyeballs were of different sizes, but they were not densely packed, and were arranged in a very orderly manner. The entire alchemy octopus exuded an exquisite beauty. Even a mortal who knew nothing about alchemy could feel at a glance that this treasure was no small matter. It can actually float in the air by itself. Lan Zhao was very curious, but why doesn't it have any aura? This just shows its value. Kang Shu smiled. Although he was not very good at alchemy, during that period of time, he was forced to act as an alchemist for the Justice Pirates, which was very painful and torturous. But because of this, he knew a lot about alchemy. Kang Shu first pointed out a few parts of the octopus's body, identifying these materials. The quality of these materials is very high. They are generally gold-grade materials, and even saint-grade materials. According to common sense, the aura of these materials would mix together and conflict with each other. But you see, it has no aura. This shows that the craftsmanship is just right, allowing all the materials to blend perfectly. If there is even a little imperfection, the aura will definitely leak out. When we really activate this item, we should be able to feel its aura. To be on the safe side, everyone still used pearl foam to prevent this alchemy puppet from attacking after it was activated. The one who instilled spirit and magic power into it was Kang Shu. ZDI herself was injured, and it was not convenient for her to continue taking risks. At the same time, if Kang Shu was injured, he could use necromancy to heal himself. But if ZDI was injured, Kang Shu's necromancy to heal ZDI would have a lot of side effects. After all, Kang Shu's body had been modified by necromancy. After receiving Kang Shu's magic power, this alchemy puppet's eyes lit up a few times. Kang Shu also received the information inside the alchemy body. He revealed a shocked expression, and cried out involuntarily, "This is actually a saint-grade alchemy puppet. The one who made it is actually Qiao Fu, an alchemy grandmaster of the elves, even more qualified than the war dealers." Chapter 393. Everyone in the Righteous Pirates had heard of Qiao Fu. She was already more than 800 years old, which was considered old even for an elf. The war dealer was a goblin, so the age limit of his race couldn't be compared to Qiao Fu's. When Qiao Fu became famous, the war dealer hadn't even been born yet. Qiao Fu isn't important, the key is that this is a saint-level alchemy puppet, Lan Zhao exclaimed. For the Righteous Pirates, this was undoubtedly a sudden increase in saint-level combat power, but then, Kang Shu slowly shook his head. "I know what you're thinking, but unfortunately, this isn't a combat alchemy puppet. The information left behind by Qiao Fu is very limited. Its model is called Alchemy Assistant Type 3. It's specially made to act as an assistant for alchemists. These tentacles are very flexible, 100 times more flexible than a human hand. Of course, it needs to be equipped with the corresponding alchemy tools. Its structure is very fine, it uses a lot of materials, and its quality is very high, but its combat power is very low. A black iron level fighter can suppress it. Given enough time, a fighter will be able to destroy it. Apart from that, Kang Shu said as he began to control the alchemy puppet. The back of the puppet's head suddenly opened and spat out a tube. The tube was originally inserted into the alchemy puppet's head, but now a small part of it popped out. Kang Shu reached out, took one end of the tube, and carefully pulled it out. The tube was about the size and thickness of an adult's arm. It was translucent, and both the surface and the interior were densely packed with tiny ant-like alchemy runes. Kang Shu pointed at the middle of the tube. "Look here." Everyone's eyes lit up. They found that the tube stored red and blue crystal clusters. Apart from that, there were other types of elemental crystals. Yellow crystals representing earth elements, green crystals representing wind elements, and so on. Sandao's face flashed with joy, but it quickly disappeared. Because he found that there were too few red and blue crystal clusters. Kang Shu continued, "To power this alchemy puppet, you need all kinds of elemental crystals. The quality of each type of crystal has to be at least saint level." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Kang Shu continued, "If the quality of a certain type of crystal is not up to standard, it can still barely operate. But the prerequisite is that it must be a composite element crystal cluster. This should be the reason why the Sand Huang race's caravan is purchasing the red and blue crystal clusters in Flame Spray City. The puppet octopus assistant didn't have the structure of a mana pool. Mana pools were generally used in large-scale and super-large-scale alchemy creations. For example, the Mage Tower and the Magic Ship. The magic of the octopus assistant was directly extracted from the elemental crystals through a sophisticated device. The extracted magic power of various attributes was also very helpful for alchemy. Many alchemy methods had more or less elemental requirements. Sometimes, the requirements were harsh, and sometimes, the requirements were strange. ZDI smiled and said, "That's not bad. Don't we need an alchemist? Now that we have it, we don't need to take the risk of recruiting outsiders. After all, our secret is too important. This alchemy puppet is naturally worthy of our trust." Kang Shu sighed. "Now, this alchemy puppet still can't be activated. It still lacks a spirit." ZDI was slightly stunned. "You mean, it needs to be equipped with an intelligent spirit?" Kang Shu nodded. "Yes. The grade of this intelligent spirit also needs to be high, otherwise it will be very difficult to display the alchemy puppet's function. Of course, it can be activated now. However, even the slightest movement requires me to command it." Sandao suddenly said, "Since it can't be used, we can use it to negotiate with the Sand Huang caravan. Such a high-grade alchemy puppet should be their most valuable betrothal gift." Kang Shu muttered, "The Lord of Flame Spray City is very accomplished in alchemy, and is also very good at making alchemy puppets. But she makes large-scale puppets, while Qiao Fu is more proficient in making smaller models. In any case, this alchemy puppet is very attractive to the Lord of Flame Spray City. It's a bit bad." ZDI shook her head. "The value of this treasure is too high. Once it is discovered that it has been stolen, the Sand Huang caravan will definitely fly into a rage and mobilize all their forces to find this item. This situation is very different from what we guessed before. Reputation is already secondary. They are very likely to inform Flame Spray City and borrow the local forces to hunt down and frantically search for this puppet." ZDI's analysis was very reasonable, and everyone's heart couldn't help but sink. If Flame Spray City was mobilized by the Sand Huang caravan, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the Justice Pirates. They would fall into a situation where it would be difficult to take a single step forward. "The situation is indeed not good," the young captain said. "It's related to the power of a saint. If it was a combat puppet, then forget it. This is an alchemy assistant that can continuously perform alchemy and produce endless value. We are very likely to be searched and attacked by the Lord of Flame Spray City because of this. We have to contact the Sand Huang caravan as soon as possible before they decide to give up their reputation and tell the Lord of Flame Spray City about this matter. Compared to facing the legend rank Lord of Flame Spray City, facing the Saint rank Sand Bun is much less pressure." "Sir, thank you." Sandao solemnly bowed to the young captain to express his gratitude. The young captain didn't hesitate at all and directly gave up on this alchemy puppet, choosing to take the risk and negotiate to save Zhong Ge. This moved Sandao, but at the same time, he also felt a lot of guilt. The young captain patted Sandao's shoulder. "Next, seize the time to rest and reorganize, then move out." Whether it was Kang Shu or ZDI, they were both in a bad state. Spellcasters had much more means than chi cultivators. In order to negotiate with the Sand Huang caravan, without a saint rank fighter on their side, they would have to rely on the strength of everyone. ZDI and Kang Shu both knew the urgency of the situation. After a race against time, they began to act. However, something unexpected happened. The city gates of the flame-spitting city were closed in an emergency. Moreover, the city was bustling with noise and commotion. Could it be that the theft of the treasure has been discovered, and the giants of the Sand Huang caravan took the initiative to ask the Lord of Flame Spray City for help? Damn it! Can't we use the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce's Elder token to smooth things over? Now, Miss ZDI should be under serious suspicion. After all, the negotiation failed and there was conflict. That's right. If we use the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce now, wouldn't we be walking right into a trap? For a moment, no one could think of a solution. They had only been here for 2 or 3 days, and they didn't have a reliable channel to gather information. They'll only open the gates after the chaos in the city is over and they haven't discovered the thief. That's right, they can't close the city forever. No, I think it's worth it for Assistant Octopus to close the city for a few days. If it were me, I would definitely turn the city upside down. Perhaps we should move out directly and negotiate. Everyone fell silent at this point in their discussion. It was too rash to directly stand out and use the alchemy puppet to threaten legends and saints. Let me do it. Sandow's expression was solemn as he stepped forward bravely. The others tried to persuade him, but Sandow was resolute. With this plan in mind, everyone had an urgent discussion and immediately retreated. Sandow went straight to the gates of Flame Spray City alone. A moment later, he rushed back. The situation isn't what we think, Sandow said. The Lord of Flame Spray City took the initiative to seal the city, clean up the city, and restore order. She wants to welcome an important guest from afar tomorrow. Perhaps this is just an excuse for her to cover up the search. No, an excuse wouldn't have such a big flaw. Who is the important guest? Tucker, Sandow replied. Chapter 394. Tucker. Hearing Sandow's answer, the few people present were a little surprised. Tucker, this was not an unfamiliar name. Although they had never met, the Justice Pirates had indirectly contacted him. More precisely, they had used the Ship Spirit Repair Scroll. This scroll was Tucker's work, and it displayed his strength and talent to the fullest. And Tucker was originally of noble birth. He came from the Steel Pound family, had a strong bloodline, and had shown his genius side since he was young. Now, he had become a sanctuary-level alchemist. He was still very young, only 45 years old. His alchemy attainments were quite strong, especially in the field of tower spirits and ship spirits. He could be said to be one of the top talents in the world. After using the Ship Spirit Repair Scroll, the Warmonger Tower Spirit was largely repaired, and the Justice Pirates also benefited greatly. ZDI and the others also wanted to buy another scroll at the black market auction. Unfortunately, they didn't get what they wanted. The value of the Ship Spirit Repair Scroll was huge, and the response to it was extremely enthusiastic. The Empire immediately made adjustments and raised the Ship Spirit Repair Scroll as a strategic resource, which would be strictly controlled in the future. Since that's the case, then the news about Tucker's visit tomorrow shouldn't be bad. Lan Zhao said. ZDI shook her head slightly. To be on the safe side, let's make sure. The Goblin Sandow said, this news is easy to confirm. As long as we arrange for someone to go directly to the dock to guard it. Spitting Fire City was an inland mountain city that surrounded an active volcano. If Tucker and the others wanted to enter Spitting Fire City, they had to first choose a dock on Spitting Fire Island. Since Spitting Fire City was so noisy and made such a big fuss, he believed that the dock would not be bad. Therefore, the location of the dock where Tucker docked was easy to find out. The young captain thought for a moment and said, then let's split into two groups. One group will verify the dock. We'll wait for news all the way and decide how to enter the city. Sandow nodded. Let's do it. Wait a minute. Kang Shu said, we seem to have missed a possibility. Tucker's visit should be real, but perhaps our theft has already been exposed, and the Sand Yellow Tribe's giants have already sought help from Firespray City. So this time, the Lord of Spitfire City directly used Tucker's visit as an opportunity to secretly investigate us. Everyone frowned slightly. Indeed, they could not rule out this possibility. Sandow snorted coldly, if we worry too much about the risks, we'll lose this opportunity instead. I will go to the city alone. The former mercenary group leader was very determined. He was indeed a different goblin. Zhong Ji had once saved his life in a shipwreck, and now he was willing to sacrifice his life to save the orcs. Kang Shu smiled and looked at Sandow. Your will is as strong as steel, but with only your will, you are still far from success. Sandow's frown deepened. But Kang Shu's next words dispelled his annoyance and impatience. Kang Shu said, I will also go with you. With my necromancy, I can be of great help. Sandow's brows relaxed and revealed a strange look. He could not help but look at the necromancer in front of him with a new gaze. To be honest, there were also gaps within the Justice Pirates. any group would exist. The necromancer Kang Shu and the orc warrior Zhong Ji were obviously antagonistic. San Dao did not expect that Kang Shu would actually take such a risk for Zhong Ji. Kang Shu continued, even if the fact that we stole the treasure is discovered, it doesn't matter much. We have cleaned up the traces before. More importantly, I have confidence in the pearl foam. As long as they don't have the really important clues, just by using divination and prophecy, we have the pearl foam and are relatively safe. So, after some discussion, they arranged for San Dao and Kang Shu to go to Spitfire City. ZDI, Lan Zhao, and the others went to the dock to investigate. The young captain led the big guy and the others to temporarily guard outside the city, closest to the monster fish. If things went wrong, they would carry out rescue or reinforcements. If nothing unexpected happened, they would continue to move the supplies. The supplies purchased by ZDI must be stored in a rented warehouse. For the Justice Pirates, every opportunity to resupply must be cherished. And these supplies had not been moved by half before. The night passed and dawn came. San Dao and Kang Shu were the closest to Spitfire City, and they soon discovered the new situation. The gates of Spitfire City opened again. San Dao walked around, observed for a while, and came back to meet Kang Shu. The main gate hasn't opened yet. That should be the passage to receive Tucker. But the other 3 subgates are open, and people have already begun to come in and out. Kang Shu analyzed, this doesn't mean anything. It's possible that Spitfire City has never searched us, or it's possible that they have searched all night without success. At this moment, they are deliberately using this trick in an attempt to lure us out of the city to find more valuable clues. Let's wait a little longer. San Dao was a little impatient. Can't you use ghosts to investigate? Kang Shu sighed. I do carry ghosts with me, but when I use spells, it will produce obvious magic power fluctuations that must be concealed with an alchemy array. But if I set up an array outside the city, it will be easy to be observed, and it will take a long time to set it up, and there is only one set of supplies left. San Dao had to be patient. He looked in the direction of the dock. Then let's wait. They were waiting for news from ZDI. ZDI, Lan Zhao, and the others were near the dock, waiting for Tucker's arrival. The sun rose. The morning sun rose over the sea, and the morning glow filled the sky. In the soft and salty sea breeze, the soft cries of seabirds could be heard. At first, ZDI only saw a human figure in her field of vision. Look over there, it seems like someone is coming over in a canoe. ZDI was a little uncertain. Lan Zhao looked into the distance against the sunlight. The morning sun had just risen, and the sunlight was not too dazzling. Lan Zhao soon discovered the black figure that ZDI was talking about. Unlike ZDI, Lan Zhao was an old sailor who had struggled and survived on ships for a long time. He immediately perceived part of the truth. That's very far away, unless it's a giant. It really does look like a giant sitting on a canoe and paddling. ZDI suddenly confirmed, that should be Tucker. What? Lan Zhao was puzzled. Isn't Tucker a human? ZDI pointed not far away. Look at those people, they're starting to move. A large group of people had already gathered at the dock. They had arrived much earlier than ZDI and Lan Zhao. They had sealed off a portion of the area and had already made some simple arrangements. Seeing the giant canoe approach, these people who were originally resting all began to move. A human, who seemed to be a housekeeper, was shouting loudly, giving orders to these people. The city guards reorganized themselves, and the bands began to play their instruments, especially the trombonists. They lined up on both sides of the road, preparing to play. Apart from these people, there were also many passers-by. Some of them were sailors, some were dock workers, and there were also rich merchants and nobles who had specially come to watch the show. ZDI, Lan Zhao, and the others had already occupied the balcony of a building, which was not very eye-catching. The giant canoe came closer and closer, gradually revealing its true appearance in the eyes of ZDI and the others. This was not a giant, but a giant puppet. Its upper body was similar to that of a human, while its lower body was that of a ship. It held a pair of huge oars in its hands. It was Tucker's ship, the same gold-grade magic ship as the deep-sea monster fish, the steel giant. As the steel giant approached, there was a sudden commotion at the dock. A large group of giants came over, their auras heavy. They were at least silver grade, and a few of them were even gold grade. They were clustered around a female giant. Her body was clearly larger than the giants around her by a little. Her skin was brownish red, and her hair was brownish yellow, casually draped over her shoulders. She had 2 blue-black horns on her forehead, and there were obvious whorls on the horns. The female giant's aura was very vast. She was a legend. Seeing her appear, ZDI subconsciously shrunk her head. Lan Zhao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The Lord of Spitfire City? Why did she personally come to welcome Tucker? Tucker was indeed noble, but he was only a saint. The Lord of Spitfire City was a senior legend. Chapter 395. ZDI stood by the window and looked at the dock in the distance. After everyone saluted the Lord of Spitfire City, the welcome music sounded on the dock, and the atmosphere quickly warmed up. ZDI narrowed her eyes slightly. She keenly observed that many passers-by were surprised by the appearance of the Lord of Spitfire City. But there were also a small number of people who were not surprised. It seems that the higher-ups of Spitfire City have already known that he will personally greet Tucker. ZDI was slightly delighted. This discovery greatly improved the safety of Kang Shu and San Dao. Tucker was as surprised as ZDI. When his subordinate came to report urgently, Tucker was in the dining hall having breakfast with the Patriarch of 100 Needles. Hearing this news, Tucker was slightly taken aback and immediately ordered the relevant personnel to move out. Then he apologized to the Patriarch of 100 Needles for not being able to continue eating. The Patriarch of 100 Needles quickly expressed his understanding and flattered Tucker very naturally. After that, he asked Itong and Tucker to greet the Lord of Spitfire City. Tucker readily agreed. When the two walked out of the cabin together and came to the bow deck. On the front deck of the Steel Giant, a ceremonial team had gathered. The ceremonial team had just played the music and was about to proceed according to the normal aristocratic communication ceremony when they heard the voice of the Lord of Spitfire City. "Ha ha ha, Earl Tucker, welcome to Spitfire Island." The Lord of Spitfire City's voice was extremely loud, like thunder rumbling. The assistant on the side quickly raised his hand and stopped the ceremonial band with his eyes. Sure enough, the next moment, Tucker bowed and replied, "Thank you for your service. I am in awe and trepidation. Today, I am honored to be able to visit Spitfire Island and see the Honorable Lord of Spitfire City." The Patriarch of 100 Needles looked at Tucker beside him and couldn't help but show a touch of admiration. Tucker was not only a talented master alchemist, but he was also an excellent aristocrat. Although the unexpected appearance caught him off guard, he maintained the demeanor of an aristocrat from beginning to end. Tucker and the Lord of Spitfire City exchanged a few more words, and the Steel Giant really docked at the dock. Tucker, the Patriarch of 100 Needles, and the others stepped off the ship and came to the Lord of Spitfire City. Tucker then introduced the 100 Needles Patriarch to the Lord of Spitfire City. However, the Castellan of Spitfire City was obviously more interested in Tucker. Even though he knew the identity of the clan leader of the 100 Needles clan, he just nodded at him and didn't take him seriously. However, at this moment, someone else cast a surprised look at the 100 Needles clan leader. Clan leader Bai Zhen, why is he here? At this moment, ZDI's eyes widened in shock. As if sensing her gaze, the 100 Needles clan leader frowned slightly and glanced at the windowsill here. ZDI quickly hid behind the wall. Soon after, she felt her heartbeat quicken, and the pressure in her heart doubled. What happened? Why did clan leader 100 Needles come with Tucker? Did the 100 Needles family persuade Tucker to help him deal with the pirates who kidnapped his son? How likely is that? What price did the 100 Needles clan pay? For a moment, ZDI's thoughts became extremely fast and chaotic. Although the 100 Needles clan was in dire straits, ZDI never dared to underestimate it. Because of its past glory, there might be some heritage left behind. Damn it. If clan leader 100 Needles and Tucker join forces, we will have to deal with a sanctuary mage. And this mage is also a master alchemist. The Castellan of Spitfire thinks highly of him and is more likely to help him. Thinking of Shobun and Tucker, ZDI couldn't help but have a headache. Lan Zhao was also shocked by this situation. They discussed for a while and decided that ZDI would leave first and quietly pass on the two messages as soon as possible. Lan Zhao continued to investigate the situation at the dock. The Castellan of Spitfire received Tucker and naturally wouldn't stay at the dock to chat. Soon, he invited Tucker to board the carriage. The 100 Needles clan leader said goodbye to Tucker. Tucker didn't know the real intention of the 100 Needles clan leader and thought he was going to other islands. Before leaving, he solemnly invited the 100 Needles clan leader to visit his territory when he was free. Sandao and Kang Shu soon received the news and ZDI's guess. Did the 100 Needles clan leader really invite Tucker? If so, he should try to hide this relationship and let the robbers and pirates despise him. Instead of openly going with Tucker, Kang Shu analyzed. The necromancer's mood was very heavy. Shobun's trouble was still there, and Tucker was here again. Any one of them could crush the entire Justice Pirates into powder. In Spitfire City, the Justice Pirates were like walking on a wire rope, and they could fall into the abyss at any time. Instead of guessing here and there, it's better to go to the city first. Sandao couldn't help but urge. Excluding the unexpected situation of the 100 Needles clan leader, the information that the Castellan of Spitfire City had prepared for a long time to welcome Tucker was good news for Sandao and Kang Shu. According to the plan, Sandao would enter the city first, followed by Kang Shu. The gate they chose was of course not the main gate, which had been blocked. But because of this, the flow of people in and out of the other three gates increased greatly. Sandao and Kang Shu were secretly nervous and calmly passed through the gate. No one checked on them. They quickly and smoothly approached the caravan's residence. But unlike the last time, they didn't dare to go too deep this time, but kept a distance. It was another hotel. After choosing a room, Kang Shu immediately set up an alchemy array, while Sandao was responsible for keeping watch and guarding. After the array was activated, Kang Shu began to cast undead spells and released ghosts. The three ghosts circled around before splitting into three and sneaking into the caravan's residence. The defense of the caravan's residence was obviously much sparser than before. This made Kang Shu more vigilant. Finally, a ghost successfully sneaked into the previous tent, only to find that there were significantly fewer treasure chests in the tent. What's going on? There are fewer treasure chests and fewer guards. Something must have happened. Kang Shu began to take the risk and used the ghosts to inspect the caravan's residence. After a while, Kang Shu's face was slightly pale as he said to Sandao, "Shobun is also gone. In order to confirm the situation, next, I plan to use undead spells to pry open the mouth of a giant servant in the caravan." But Sandao shook his head. "Wait first. It's too troublesome for you to do this, it will take a long time. We have to get closer to the caravan's residence than the last time, and even sneak in. I'll go directly to the streets to investigate. Trust me, Kang Shu. I used to be a mercenary group leader. The current situation gives me a feeling. Shobun, treasure chests, and guards have all disappeared, they might not be secretly tracking us." Kang Shu was a little hesitant. "Then you'll directly expose yourself." Sandao didn't care about him anymore. He turned around and left. He used his skillful conversational skills and directly asked the citizens living nearby. Kang Shu had been providing support from the shadows. Sandao returned with a grave expression. "There's good news and bad news. The good news is that Shobun and those gold-level giant guards of the caravan did not track us down. They don't seem to have discovered that the alchemy puppet was stolen. The bad news is that they went to meet Zhya. When they walked out of the caravan's residence, they were very high-profile and attracted a lot of attention." Kang Shu's heart sank when he heard this. Zhya is Shobun's marriage partner. They took away a portion of the treasure chests. It should be a greeting gift. This can greatly demonstrate the financial resources of the Sho Huang clan, as well as the sincerity of Shobun and the others for this marriage. If Shobun discovered that the alchemy puppet was stolen, then he would definitely let Zhya know. At that time, our space for negotiation with them would be greatly reduced. Sandao nodded and echoed, and it might even cause Zhya to take the initiative to help. At that time, We'll have to deal with Shobun and the entire fire spray city. Sigh. Kang Shu sighed helplessly. Maybe we'll have to add another tucker. San Dao gritted his teeth. I know the location. Shobun and his group walked into a tavern in a high-profile manner. We should hurry over and see if there's a chance. Jiye was also a saint. And the two of them were only black iron. This was Jiye's headquarters. Would there be a chance? Kang Shu and San Dao both had bitter expressions. They knew that the hope was slim, but they had no choice but to bite the bullet and try their luck. Chapter 396. After discovering the situation, San Dao and Kang Shu hurriedly walked out of their hiding place and headed towards the target tavern. As a result, when the two of them arrived near the target location, they couldn't get any closer. The street where the target tavern was located was firmly guarded by a large number of guards. Among these guards, there were sand giants, as well as the giant city guards of Spitfire City. Among them, there were several gold rank leaders. Whether it was Jenya or Shobun, they were all high-ranking existences in the giant race. San Dao lowered his head and tried to sneak into a corner of the street, but he was immediately discovered. A giant guard angrily shouted, "Get out of the way, green bug." San Dao pretended to be frightened and hurriedly fled. After this probing, Kang Shu and San Dao immediately understood there were not only a large number of guards near the tavern, but also a strict magic surveillance. They wanted to disrupt the meeting as much as possible, but in the end, they couldn't even enter the tavern. San Dao's face was ashen. The difference in strength between us and them is too big. Kang Shu narrowed his eyes and whispered, "I can try to sneak in with my ghosts." "Didn't you only bring one set of materials?" San Dao was puzzled, but a trace of hope appeared on his face again. Kang Shu sighed. "To be precise, we only have one set in our treasury, and we just used it. To be able to resist the surveillance of Spitfire City with such magic fluctuations, and to be able to set up this alchemy array by outsiders like Kang Shu and ZDI, it naturally had a huge price to pay in other aspects. This price was some very rare alchemy materials. Even in Spitfire City, they were very rare. ZDI didn't even try to collect them, because the price was too high. But Kang Shu continued, "That alchemy array hasn't been dismantled yet, we should rejoice. This tavern should be within a kilometer from the location of the array. My ghosts can float further away, but if I want to control them to carry out a precise investigation, this distance is the limit." San Dao was overjoyed. The two of them hurried back, and the necromancer cast another spell. The three ghosts moved out again, successfully passing through the guards and a set of strict detection methods, and finally entered the tavern. There were several gold-rank giant guards guarding the tavern's entrance, guarding it loyally. Inside the tavern, there were only two people involved. They were Shobun and Jiye. Shochuan's skin was yellowish, and his hair was still tied in a dirty braid. However, it was obvious that he had dressed up today. His clothes were gorgeous, and his upper body was covered in leather armor, revealing his muscular arms. On his left arm was a jade armband with golden edges. As for Tianya, she was the same as the city lord of Fire Spray City. She also had red skin, and her hair was scattered randomly. There were two small spiral horns on her head. She seemed to have tattoos. Looking at her exposed skin, there were straight and crisscrossed black lines. The black lines drew rectangles that were stacked on top of each other. They were like square bricks. Kang Shu saw the two of them through the ghosts. Although his alchemy talent was lacking, his vision was very good. He immediately saw that the brick-like tattoos on Tianya's body were no small matter. They contained powerful and profound alchemy mysteries. Tianya and Shochuan had obviously been talking for a while. Shochuan had a smile on his face, but Tianya was lying on her back with her arms crossed, looking out the window. The seat she chose was very good. Through the window, she could see the main city gate. The view was very good. Shochuan spoke for a while, and seeing Tianya's absent-minded look, he couldn't help but smile. He pretended to be casual and said, "Oh right, I brought you some small gifts for our first meeting." "Men!" Shochuan shouted at the tavern's entrance. Thus, the tavern's door was opened. A yellow giant guard carried a large pile of treasure chests into the tavern. Of course, for safety, The 2 gold-rank commanders of the city guards of Fire Spray City immediately followed him in. Beautiful Miss Tianya, let us play a little game. Sho Chuan pointed at the treasure chests. There are different treasures in the chests here. Please choose any 3. The 3 you choose will be my gift to you. Hearing this, Tianya finally turned her gaze from the window to Sho Chuan. As the next successor of the Yellow Sand tribe, Sho Chuan was very attentive to this marriage. He also spent a lot of effort to please Tianya. Oh, 3 gifts, this seems to be a custom of your side. It's related to a legend. Tianya said. That's right, it's the story of the Divine King's 3 treasures. So, just like in the story, there's also a grand prize here. Its value far surpasses the other treasures. Sho Chuan laughed and continued, I can reveal a little more. This is a saint-level treasure. It's very helpful in the field of alchemy. Tianya couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Interesting. Then, I'll choose this one. She casually pointed and picked the one at the top of the pile of treasure chests. When the treasure chest opened, there was a bottle of wine inside. Miss Tianya's luck is not bad. This is a saint-level wine, just right for you. As he spoke, Sho Chuan took out a wine jar from the treasure chest and opened the cork. Tianya immediately smelled a wine fragrance that was similar to the fragrance of flowers, but much stronger than flowers. She looked through the mouth of the bottle and saw that the wine inside was orange-red, emitting a dragon's breath. This is dragon's blood sand thorn wine, a specialty of my tribe. Sho Chuan signaled with his eyes, and immediately, a subordinate took out a wine cup. Sho Chuan poured the wine and continued, to brew this magic wine, you must have 2 main alchemy ingredients. One is the sand thorn, a type of shrub that grows in the desert. There are only a bunch of short shrubs above the sand, but under the sand, there are extremely luxuriant, like the complex roots of ancient trees. After generations of careful cultivation by our Yellow Sand tribe, we now have 3 saint-level sand thorns and 26 gold-level sand thorns. Other than the sand thorn, there must be another main ingredient. I'm sure Miss Tianya has already guessed it. Tianya nodded slightly, smelling this. I know that the main ingredient must be dragon's blood. Sho Chuan had already filled a cup of wine. After putting down the wine bottle, he clapped his hands lightly, his face full of sincere praise. As expected of Miss Tianya, your attainments in alchemy are so profound. I was fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of the strength of a noble tribe leader from you. What an honor. Please. Sho Chuan gestured with his hand. Tianya held up the wine cup, smelled it first, then dipped her fingers into the wine cup, dipped them in the wine, and pulled them out. In front of Sho Chuan, she rubbed her thick fingers together. During this process, she emitted magic power fluctuations, and her hands, from inside to outside, emitted bright 5-colored rays of light. The rays of light seeped into the wine, and the wine quickly evaporated. The air was immediately filled with the stench of feces. Sho Chuan's smile froze slightly. Then, Tianya suddenly stuck out her tongue. Her tongue was clearly modified by alchemy. It stretched out about 20 centimeters, reaching the top of the wine cup. The tip of her tongue reached into the wine, and then scooped up a spoonful of wine like a spoon. Then, her tongue retracted, and Tianya closed her big mouth. Bang bang, gurgle gurgle, sizzle, a series of strange sounds came from her mouth. At first, it was like a miniature explosion, then the sound of water boiling, and finally the sound of air rushing through a small hole. Finally, Tianya opened her big mouth, and her tongue stuck out again. But the surface of her tongue had already turned black, as if it had just been roasted by fire. The wine from before had already condensed into a layer of black powder, like charcoal powder. Pa 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 pa. Tianya kept spitting out the black powder. The black powder was spat out on the ground, and some even spat on Sho Chuan's feet. It's really good wine. After spitting it out, Tianya stretched out her big palm, rudely wiped her mouth, and smiled at Sho Chuan. Sho Chuan also smiled, but his expression was much stiffer than before. Tianya continued, this kind of wine can increase fire-type do qi. If it's diluted, it can even help replenish the body of a young giant. Because many giants lack nutrition during their growth, they grow short and don't have enough strength, and feel inferior for their whole lives. Hey, you don't seem to be as tall as me. Tianya seemed to have just discovered this problem. Shochuan. Chapter 397. Cough, cough. Shobun was startled by Tianya's difficulties. He coughed twice and turned to his subordinates. All of you, leave. His subordinates left with an indignant expression. It was not as if the Sand Yellow clan did not have a legendary existence. This was also an important factor that prompted the Lord of Spitfire City to take the initiative to invite Shobun. Shobun continued, Miss Tianya, pick the next one. He ignored Tianya's mockery and showed a good demeanor. Tianya opened the second treasure chest. Inside was a model of a ship. But as long as one looked carefully, they would find that in many subtle aspects, this model ship was still very different from a normal ship. Tianya's pupils shrank slightly, revealing a hint of curiosity. This is a magic ship. Your eyes are as bright as a torch. Shobun praised and reached out to take out the ship model. He reached out and stroked the ship model, revealing a look of reminiscence on his face. I didn't expect you to choose this ship. I put this in deliberately. As you can see, it is a magic ship. It is not a ship, but a sand ship, able to sail in the desert. Although its size is not huge and its carrying capacity is not high, it cannot be compared to a normal ship. But it was my favorite toy when I was young. When I grew up to be a teenager, my father told me how to open this sand ship. I often drove this sand ship, speeding in the vast and boundless sea of sand. It can be said that it accompanied me as I grew up, and to me, it has a special meaning. At this point, Shobun handed the sand ship to Tianya. Tianya opened her hands and took it. She first sensed the weight of the ship. It was very light. This meant that this sand ship, as an alchemy item, must have a large number of magic runes to reduce its weight. It was even very likely that it was an alchemy array formed by a large number of runes. Her pupils emitted a dazzling white light. Under the light, the surface of the sand ship became faintly transparent. Tianya immediately saw a complete set of formations. The complexity of the formations made her feel a little dizzy at first glance. The sand boat's grade wasn't low. It was a gold-grade magic boat. The person who created it was ingenious, using large-scale reduction formations and weight control runes. When the seal on the sand boat was removed, it could quickly return to its original size and weight. When the sand boat turned into a model, not only did it shrink in size, but its weight also decreased drastically. At the same time, its aura was restrained to the extreme, almost no different from an ordinary item. The structure of this sand boat is exquisite, but it also has flaws. The biggest flaw was that although it used multiple arrays, they were too complicated. The space that can be used in other aspects is not large. The most important manifestation is in the aspect of power. Brick observed for a while and commented. However, the creator must have noticed the flaws of this magical ship, so he made other arrangements at the front of the sand boat. Does your ship still have auxiliary power? It should be some kind of beast or alchemy item that can pull sand boats. Whether it was the alchemy tongue or the current alchemy eyes, they were all her alchemy methods. Her comments were comprehensive and insightful, reflecting her strong attainments in alchemy. Shozun couldn't help but clap and nodded. Miss Tianya, your comments hit my heart. The bigger I get, the slower I feel this sand boat is. It does need auxiliary power. Without auxiliary power, it can't run fast. This power is the Barracuda beast. Tianya nodded slightly, listening very seriously. She knew about the Barracuda beast. It was a magical beast that was more common in the desert. Its body was like a sailfish and a hairtail, and it was good at shuttling under the sand. Its body contained an extremely weak dragon blood, belonging to a low-level dragon beast. Shozun said, the Barracuda beast is a magical beast that can be tamed. As long as there are giant groups living in the desert, they will usually tame it. Once the Barracuda beast is successfully tamed, it will be very loyal to its master, willing to fight for its master, even to death. It is equivalent to the hunting dogs domesticated by human nobles. When I was a child, I lacked playmates. The one that accompanied me the most was a Barracuda beast that my father tamed. It was already very old. It was warm and slow, letting me play on it as a child. It died when I was 6 years old. That was the saddest thing in my childhood. Even if my father found me other new barracuda beasts, I didn't feel happy, let alone forget it. When I was young, I gradually disliked the original speed of the boat, and began to catch barracuda beasts in the desert myself. Often, I would spend a lot of effort to catch them alive. Then, I would tame them myself. They never let me down, are very loyal, and obey my orders. It is best to collect 16 barracuda beasts and form a herd of beasts to pull the boat. This way, the sand boat can run the fastest. Although the sand boat can provide 20 barracuda beasts to pull at the same time, 20 is too many. It will be very inconvenient to turn, and even capsize when turning because the speed is too fast. On the contrary, in terms of speed, 20 is about the same as 16. More than 16, the space between the barracuda beasts is very narrow. When pulling the sand boat, they often interfere with each other. Obviously, the alchemist who designed this sand boat didn't have much research in beast taming. At this point, Shobun grinned at Zhu Yue. This is my experience. I often controlled the sand boat and drove the school of barracudas in the desert, crossing sand dunes after sand dunes. I raised my head and laughed in the furious sandstorm, allowing the sand to hit my chest and my face. Shobun's eyes lit up when he said this. He naturally puffed out his chest and fell into a beautiful memory. No wonder you have pits on your face. Zhu Yue suddenly said. Huh. Shobun subconsciously touched his face. His face was indeed full of pits, but wasn't this normal? Giants usually had bad skin, especially the sand yellow tribe that lived in the desert all year round. Is it delicious? Zhu Yue asked again. What? Shobun didn't react for a while. Zhu Yue smiled. I mean, is the meat of the barracuda beasts delicious? The smile on Shobun's face became stiff. Zhu Yue asked again, you said you drove the boat in the sandstorm and laughed. The wind and sand didn't fill your mouth. You like to drink the wind and eat the sand? Shobun. Chapter 398. Cough cough. Facing Shi Yue's sarcasm, Shozhen could only change the topic again. Miss Shi Yue, please choose the third one. However, according to our customs, the third one is also the last one. You didn't choose the most valuable treasure chest for the previous two. Now, you have one more chance. Speaking up to this point, Shozhen pondered for a moment and revealed a little. This treasure itself is at the saint level. To me, it's not very useful. But to you, and even to the aristocratic clan leader, it's extremely helpful. The creator of this treasure is Great Grandmaster Qiao Fu. Hearing Qiao Fu's name, Shi Yue's expression changed, and her eyes revealed a solemn expression. She originally wanted to choose directly, but now she was somewhat hesitant. To be honest, she didn't care about what treasure she could get. But if she could help the Lord of Spitfire City, Shi Yue couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. She looked at the pile of treasure chests and muttered, I'm a little curious, are there any other hints? This was obviously the best time to curry favor with Shi Yue. But Shozhen revealed a solemn expression for the first time in this meeting. He slowly shook his head. I'm sorry. The story of the Divine King's 3 treasures is not just a story, but also a part of our customs and beliefs. Miss Shi Yue should also know this story. If you know what's hidden in the treasure chest beforehand, then what's the point of choosing? For things that are not fated, you can't force it. Just like my marriage with you. The last sentence caused a strange expression to appear on Ji Yue's face. Since the meeting, she had been deliberately making things difficult and sarcastic. This attitude already showed her thoughts on this marriage. Shozhen's words revealed that he was already mentally prepared for the failure of this marriage. This immediately made Shi Yue feel a little more relaxed, and for the first time, she found Shozhen pleasing to the eye. Alright, then I'll choose this one. Shi Yue didn't hesitate and randomly chose a treasure chest. There was no difference between the appearance of the treasure chest. Of course, there might be flaws, but Shi Yue needed to use all her strength to investigate. Just like how she tasted the wine with her tongue and used the strange light in her eyes to see through the sand boat model. These were all her alchemy. But just as Shobun had said, this selection was not a game, nor was it purely to curry favor with Zuia. It also contained the customs and beliefs of the Shuohuang tribe. Especially when it came to faith, it was not allowed to be slandered. Therefore, if Zhu Yue were to use alchemy to check the truth of the treasure chest like before, then she would be offending Shobun and even the Shohuang clan. Although Zhu Yue was unwilling to have a marriage alliance, she did not want to make enemies out of nothing and cause trouble for her most respected and beloved lord of Fire Spray City. The last treasure chest was opened. Inside was a piece of paper and a pen. There was no need for Shobun to explain. Zuya was already disappointed. She could see that although this was an alchemy treasure, it was definitely not the work of Qiao Fu. Unfortunately, young Miss Genya, you didn't choose that treasure in the end. Sho Chuan shook his head with a sincere expression. It's not that I don't want to help you. Actually, I don't know the difference between these boxes, or what's inside them. The one who keeps these treasure chests is one of our elders. Although his strength has fallen to gold rank, under his strict supervision, I, the only future successor, cannot violate the rules. But, at this point, Shobun changed the topic again. Although this treasure chest does not contain the most valuable treasure, it is still very precious. It can even be said that it is more suitable for us than that treasure. This piece of paper is pitch black inside and out. It is the skin of a legendary black scribble. And this white pen, according to the information left behind by the creator, is called a signal pen. The black paper and the white pen need to be used together to display the power of this set of alchemy items. This was accidentally discovered by the warriors of my tribe during an exploration of ruins. The specific way to use it is to tear this piece of black paper into two halves and separate them into two places. As long as one side uses the signal pen to write on one half of the black paper, then the words on the other half of the black paper will appear. We have yet to measure the current limit of communication. Let's put it this way, even if we are separated by a vast ocean, you are on the fire-breathing island, and I am on the frost continent, we can still communicate through this piece of paper. The time difference is almost zero, and the content is not distorted. As far as I know, the current information transmission of the Imperial Navy, through the most advanced magic communication device, the time difference is about half a day to a day. Zhiya nodded slightly. What you are referring to is the usual communication method of the Imperial Navy. Of course, they also have emergency communication methods, similar to this one, which cannot be used often. Zhiya picked up the black paper and began to use alchemy to study it again. After a while, she had results. The black scribble is a magical beast of the shadow plane. The reason why this alchemy item can be transmitted quickly is because of the shadow plane. It is equivalent to taking a detour, so it can do things that conventional advanced communication devices can't do at the smallest cost. Because of this, if someone discovers its operating principle, they will target it through the shadow plane. Once targeted, this alchemy item will easily lose its effectiveness, and it may even transmit false information. These words made the smile on Shobun's face stiffen again. But Zhiya changed the topic. It uses biological alchemy, and now in this field, the world's best at it should be the war dealers. This is not the field that Teacher and I are good at. If we give this to Teacher, perhaps it can give her some inspiration and ideas. Shobun laughed and looked deeply at Zhiya. If this treasure can bring some help to the Lord of Fire-Breathing City, that would be the best, and it would also be our honor. However, I hope that we can use this treasure to transmit information to each other. Zhiya frowned immediately. Shobun spread out his hands and smiled. Even if our marriage fails, it doesn't mean that we can't cooperate, right? We can also be friends. Between friends, there is nothing strange about communicating through letters, right? Zhiya's frown deepened. Shobun sighed. Actually, Miss Zhiya, you don't have to do this. My caravan has been stationed in Fire-Breathing City for some time, and we have not been idle during this time. The Lord of Fire-Breathing City has invited many outstanding giants, but they have all failed in their attempts to marry you. Among them, there are even some with better conditions than me. You don't like these people, so I have long been prepared for failure. As for writing letters and communicating with each other, it is not that I want to continue pestering you. It is because you and I have a lot of room for cooperation, and we can support each other as excellent allies. Fire-Breathing City is not big, and can even be said to be weak. Just like my tribe, We should be close and help each other. Gya could not help but raise her eyebrows and sneered, "You say that my fire-breathing city is weak?" "Of course." Shobun raised his index finger. "There is a very important point. Strength and weakness are relative. Fire-breathing city has the Lord, Miss Gya, and other outstanding giants. Compared to the majority of forces, it is upper class. But compared to the Sacred Empire, of course it is weak." Gya sneered again. "The Empire is the strongest force in the origin world, no one can compare to it." "That's right." Shobun retracted his hand and put it on his knee, straightening his back. "It is because we are weak that we need to save ourselves. In my opinion, your tribe's foundation in fire-breathing city is already in danger, and if you don't take advantage of this last opportunity to find a way out, your tribe's future will be bleak. Then the future of the nobles will be bleak, and it is possible that they will reach the end of their road." Gya's face became ugly. "You are just trying to scare me." "Of course not." Shobun's tone became heavier, changing his previous gentle attitude. His body became extremely serious, and his gaze was dignified as he stared at Gya. "I know the history of your tribe very well, and it was once very glorious. In the Red Earth Plateau, there was even the embryonic form of a kingdom. But unfortunately, before the founding of the kingdom, you encountered the expansion of the Sacred Empire at the crucial moment. You are the last and largest giant tribe in the Sacred Continent. Facing the incomparably powerful empire, you can only choose to rely on them. Resistance will be destroyed, and escape will be captured. The Emperor's gaze is everywhere." Gya retorted, "At that time, we were about to engage in a national war. It was the Shungming Emperor who came in person and discussed with the elders of my tribe. After paying a certain price, we agreed to the alliance proposed by the Shungming Emperor. Since then, our tribe has become an ally of the Sacred Empire." "Ally?" Shobun showed a sarcastic smile. "Then how does the Empire treat its allies? The vast and rich Red Earth Plateau was once the home of the nobles. Then what about now? The Red Earth Plateau is full of people, and all of them are human towns. And what about the nobles? Why are they huddled on this island?" This time, it was Gya's turn to be silent. Chapter 399. Seeing the silent Gya, Shobun continued, "The Empire used its military power to conquer its enemies. At the same time, it used its brilliant political skills to deal with its allies. Once, the Red Earth Plateau was your home, almost all of it was your land. But after hundreds of years of evolution, the Empire used various names and ingenious methods to divide the Red Earth Plateau. There are rich minerals there. How much do you have now?" Gya snorted and stared at Shobun. "Are you trying to sow discord between my race and the Empire?" Shobun quickly shook his head. "I'm just telling the truth. Even if we don't talk about you and the Red Earth Plateau, let's talk about the southern nobles in the past 100 years. The Empire's final battle to unify the Sacred Continent attracted many southern nobles. How did the Empire deal with these people who surrendered? Look, none of them are in a good situation. For example, the 100 Needles family. They used to be one of the leaders of the southern nobles and were prominent for a time. And now, their only remaining territory is about to be lost. Not long ago, the only heir of this family even had a shipwreck. Ridiculous, right? According to intelligence, this heir is said to have joined the Temple Knights and is a Temple Knight who believes in the Shungming Emperor. If the Empire treats humans like this, how does it treat us giants?" Shobun's question made Gya's expression more and more ugly. He then changed the topic and began to praise the Lord of Spitfire City. "To be honest, I admire the Lord of Spitfire City very much. Back then, the demon army came out of hell and ravaged the origin world. The huge catastrophe made all the races unite and fight together. The wave of large-scale counterattack made the demons flee in all directions. The Lord of Spitfire City volunteered to sacrifice herself and go to Spitfire Island to guard the weak space here. It was this opportunity that allowed you to jump out of the trap of the Red Earth Plateau. Under great pressure, the Lord of Spitfire City brought her people to live on Spitfire Island and multiplied to this day. If the situation had been allowed to develop, your entire race would have probably died on the Red Earth Plateau. The Empire's methods and schemes are endless. What's funny is that it is said that many giants in the race opposed her, thinking that she became the Empire's lackey. Many giants were willing to stay on the Red Earth Plateau. And now, where are the giants left on the Red Earth Plateau? Everything proves that the City Lord is so far-sighted. She's a legendary-level expert, a master alchemist, but at the same time, she's an excellent leader with great foresight. Because of her existence, the nobles can temporarily treat Fire Spray Island as their home. Otherwise, I'm afraid your situation will be even more miserable than the Hundred Needles clan. Zhu Huaye remained silent. The Lord of Spitfire City was the person she respected the most. Shobun's praise resonated with her, but at the same time, the danger and crisis he described made her heart heavy. Although Kui Huaye devoted almost all his energy to alchemy, he was smart and not stupid. He was not ignorant about the current situation. So, Sho Chuan took a deep breath, his expression extremely sincere. Even if you don't want to marry me, I will regret it, but I will not force you. I don't have the ability to force you. However, as a fellow giant, I would like to sincerely advise you, Miss Zuia. Please treat the marriage seriously. Even if you are disgusted or even disgusted by it, please think about your own tribe. Even if you don't think about your tribe, think about the City Lord. Doesn't the City Lord know that you are against the marriage? But why does she have to organize it again and again? She has been leading the giant tribe on Fire Spray Island. This is the last flame of the giant descendants of the Red Earth Plateau. Please trust her and believe in your leader. These words were like a heavy hammer, fiercely pounding on Zhu Huaye's heart. Zhu Huaye couldn't help but change her expression clearly wavering. Sho Chuan continued to strike while the iron was hot. I said before that Fire Spray Island is in a precarious situation. This is not nonsense, nor is it an alarmist talk. The Shengming Emperor has set off a hurricane of an era. He controls the entire Shengming Empire and has placed his weapon on the neck of the beast men. The Shengming continent is attacking the wilderness continent, and the humans are invading the beast men. This is bound to be a huge battle. Both sides are preparing for a great war. This kind of great war is not just one, it is likely to be 2 or 3. The Shengming continent is on an expedition, and the beast men are fighting on their home ground. The Empire must ensure the safety of the sea transportation line. The Empire needs it to continue to transport troops and food. This is the lifeline of the Empire, and Fire Spray Island's geographical location is too important. It is not close to the wilderness continent, but it is also far away from the Shengming continent. It is the most important pillar of the sea transportation line. If the beast men want to defeat the Empire, they will attack and even destroy the transportation line, which will be a great interference and blow to the Empire. They will definitely think of ways to attack here and destroy Fire Spray Island. And what about the Shengming Empire? Those high and mighty Grand Dukes, the living gods, will not know the importance of the transportation line? Will they still leave Fire Spray Island in the hands of the giants? Hand over the lifeline of the entire Shengming Empire to the outsiders? So, they will definitely make a move on Fire Spray Island. I don't know what method the Empire will use, but I am sure that they have been preparing for it for a long time. The Empire will definitely make a move earlier than the beast men. Once they make a move, what will happen to Fire Spray Island? Can you defend it? Brick's face was pale. She stared into Shobun's eyes and gritted her teeth. So, you said so much just to remind me that this marriage is very likely a way out for our race. So, the marriage between you and me is necessary? Shobun sighed. Miss Brick, please don't be angry with me. Because I am not forcing you on this matter. The essence and truth of this matter is that the Empire is forcing your entire race, and even the beast men of the entire wilderness continent. At this moment, you and I are sitting here, facing each other, talking for the first time. It is not you and me who are pushing for this. We are geniuses, saints, powerhouses, but in front of the Empire, we are still so weak that we are not worth mentioning. We can only be swept away by the hurricane of this era, unable to control ourselves. Brick lowered her head and fell into a long silence. After a long while, she finally spoke, her voice was a little hoarse. What about you? She asked Shobun. You are right. For a long time, I have been immersed in the field of alchemy and paid little attention to the outside world. Even if I had a bad feeling about the future, I did not delve into it to this extent. Every time I am worried, I will think of the master of the city. Today, thank you for your guidance. However, what you said is nothing more than to achieve the purpose of your marriage. As a member of Fire Spray City, the descendants of the giants of the Red Earth Plateau, we are indeed in danger. What about you? The Sand Yellow tribe is far away in the Frost continent. Why did you come all the way here to marry us? Shobun laughed. Ha ha ha. His eyes shone. Miss Brick, do you know when the sand boat is the fastest? Without waiting for Brick to answer, he continued, it is in the fierce wind. There are often opportunities in danger. Only in the fierce sandstorm can the best barracuda beasts be caught. Whenever a hurricane strikes, yellow sand flutters all over the sky, and sand dunes collapse, the underground barracuda beasts will be alarmed and begin to run around. They are extremely fast, and in front of the natural disaster, they squeeze out every bit of strength in their bodies, bursting out the most dazzling brilliance in their lives. In order to survive, they twist their bodies and can even jump up, piercing the wind and sand curtain like sharp arrows. They are simply riding the wind. If I want to catch the best barracuda beasts, I will directly catch those that jump the highest. Speaking of this, Shobun paused, revealing a leisurely look. Do you know? I like to see the magnificent scene of those barracuda beasts jumping in the sandstorm like flying. The barracuda beasts themselves are at most silver level. They can't fly at all, and their body structure is like this. Speaking of which, they are only in the middle and lower levels of the desert food chain. However, at that moment, when life and death are at stake, when the world is vast and mighty, they seem to be flying in the air, unwilling to accept their established bloodline, unwilling to accept the fate of death, and leap with all their might. I think, at that moment, they have surpassed themselves, the limits of their race, and even fate. Speaking of this, Shobun covered his heart, not looking at Kianya in front of him, but turned to the window, looking at the distant sky and sea. His voice also became a little hoarse. Although I have the superior bloodline of the Sand Yellow clan, I have reached my limit now. Countless times, I have tossed and turned, unable to sleep, alone, lying in the desert, looking at the stars in the night sky. My cultivation has not improved, and it is almost impossible to move an inch. Genius. It is only to a certain extent. Kianya, you should be like this too. But you have the field of alchemy for you to continue exploring. Can your strength continue to increase? The holy domain is our limit. This is the concentration of our bloodline, and it cannot be changed. And the Sand Yellow clan, although the overlord of the region and occupies a lot of resources, has reached its limit. This is the limit of the entire clan. Just like the barracuda beasts, they can't fly. But I am not reconciled. The barracuda beasts can leap with all their might, and I have to fight with all my strength. The gale raised by the sacred empire was my gale. Even if in the end, I fall to the ground and die in the sandstorm, I am willing. Because I have tried my best, jumped with all my strength, and laughed heartily. Indeed. Laughing in the sandstorm, the wind and sand will pour into my mouth, but I am in a good mood. Chapter 400. This guy. Brick looked at Shobun with a strange expression on her face. It was only at this moment that she truly sized up the male giant in front of her. At this moment, Shobun's serious, fascinated, and fanatical expression was emitting his unique personal charm. Thinking back to his words, Brick's heart also resonated with him. Yes, she was the same as Shobun. They were both geniuses in people's eyes, the darlings of fate. However, the concentration of their bloodline made them successful, but also limited them. When they reached their current level, they had all reached the limit of their bloodline and touched the ceiling. Their cultivation, which had once advanced rapidly, seemed to have died on the spot at this point. Moving was like moving a mountain. Depression. Despair. Unwillingness. When mortals looked up to transcendent being, they would have all kinds of negative emotions. When low-level transcendent beings looked up to high-level transcendent beings, they would also have these emotions. When high-level transcendent beings reached the limit of their lives, their cultivation path would suddenly come to an end, and they would also have these emotions. Moreover, these emotions were even stronger because of their previous carefree and glorious experiences, because of the contrast between before and after. Brick threw her entire body and mind into the field of alchemy to release these negative emotions. Shobun, on the other hand, was ambitious and wanted to fight for his life in the hurricane of the era. The sound of people coming in from outside the window became noisy. The main city gate opened wide, and the welcoming team played music. This movement attracted the attention of Brick and Shobun. The two of them looked into the distance and saw the legendary Lord of Spitting Fire City leading the graceful Tucker into Spitting Fire City. On both sides of the street, apart from the ceremonial team, there were elite guards, as well as onlookers and cheering citizens. Looking at Tucker, who had a smile on his face and a perfect combination of the demeanor of a noble and a mage, Shobun and Brick couldn't help but frown. Brick protested for the Lord of Spitting Fire City. The Lord of Spitting Fire City was the existence she respected and loved the most. Now, he was actually welcoming a saint as a legend. What did he, Tucker, have to do? Therefore, she had a natural dislike for Tucker. Shobun, on the other hand, was cautious and vigilant. Those who are not of our race must have different hearts. This sentence was not only circulated among humans, but also among dragons, giants, elves, dwarfs, orcs, and so on. The human race was the most powerful race and the biggest threat to the other races. The Shungming Emperor's powerful battle prowess and illustrious battle achievements shocked everyone. At this moment, Jie felt how insignificant and weak he was from the bottom of his heart. She had been discovered since she was very young. She had been nurtured by the Lord of Spitfire City, who had taught her countless times and led her into the field of alchemy. Jie did not have a deep impression of the Red Earth Plateau, but she had a deep attachment to the fire-breathing island and a strong feeling for her home. Because of the protection of the legendary champion and the trust and support of the race, the environment in which Brick grew up was very safe, even comfortable. The entire journey was smooth sailing. Ever since she was young, she had been practicing magic and meditating diligently. After coming into contact with alchemy, every day was a race against time to work and rest, trying to absorb every bit of knowledge. Cultivation, and more cultivation. Study, continue to study. Perhaps the fact that her cultivation base had stagnated after entering the Saint Domain was the greatest setback she had ever suffered in her life. In order to get rid of those negative emotions, she devoted herself to exploring the field of alchemy. Which girl didn't yearn for love? As a giant, Jie was also a young girl. In her free time, she would read many novels and had expectations and yearnings for her love. Why can't we always be peaceful? Why is there a war? Why does the Empire not hesitate to go on an expedition? Why can't we live peacefully like this? Why does it have to interfere with our lives? We live on the fire-breathing island and never bully the weak or do evil things. Chaotic thoughts floated in her heart. Jie looked at the tall city gate, the noisy citizens, and Tucker, whose physique and life aura were obviously weaker than the Lord of Spitfire City, but at this moment, they were communicating with each other as equals. Qiye also felt a wave of power. Shobun saw the hurricane covering the sky and the earth, about to sweep through the sky. Jie smelled the terrifying humidity, and the surging tsunami was about to arrive. Under the crushing of the general trend, the small fire-breathing island was in danger. Today's conversation with Shobun was like a key that opened the window of her heart. Before this, it wasn't that she didn't feel all kinds of signs, but she had never really looked at it. So I have been running away. Just like how I exiled myself to the field of alchemy to escape the pain and despair of my stagnant cultivation. From this point of view, Shobun is much stronger than me. Jie's heart was also filled with mixed feelings about Shobun. She was a giant girl and had a pure and beautiful yearning for love like a swan. But now, she was like a toad, which made her disappointed and disgusted. But at this moment, Jie, whose mentality had changed, was no longer a stubborn rejection. She opened her mouth and finally looked at Shobun with a hesitant expression. You are indeed different. I don't know how you fight. When will you come to the arena? Shobun was stunned. As far as he knew, this was the custom of the giants of the Red Earth Plateau. Between male and female giants, if they wanted to obtain recognition and a breakthrough in their relationship, they must first compete with each other. If the pursuer lost, he would naturally have no face or chance to get close to them. It's my honor. In the battle with Miss Chaya, I will definitely do my best. Sho Chuan did not conceal the joy in his heart. He could not help but stand up and salute. Mph, that's it. Jie stood up and was about to leave. Please wait a moment. Sho Bun suddenly spoke and took out an item from his bosom and offered it with both hands. This is my gift, a personal gift. A ring. To be more precise, it was a thumb ring. But Jie's eyes were unique and immediately recognized it. This is the first fist ring. It is the head of the 5 fist rings. Gather all 5 fist rings and combine them to form the legendary glove. Zwa2 of course, one can also use it alone, but the transformed glove's grade will be lowered to the sacred level. The first fist ring, one of the components of the legendary glove. Jie did not choose the sacred level alchemy puppet, but Sho Bun gave her another treasure in the end. As a chi cultivator, Sho Bun could use this fist ring himself. And it was one of the components of a legendary weapon, which was very valuable. But now, he gave it to Jie as a gift, which showed his sincerity. As far as I know, the current owner of the first fist ring is the Navy's Vice Admiral Gongju. Jie sized up Sho Bun with deep meaning. Sho Bun smiled. Gongju is already dead, I killed him. Jie could not help but raise his eyebrows. Sho Bun spread his hands and said again, he intercepted our fleet and was not willing to pay the fee we paid, so he wanted to search the ship. If he found those treasure chests, he would not let it go. So, I made the first move. Jie was silent. Vice Admiral Gongju was very strong, but Sho Bun killed him. Most importantly, the news was concealed. The Shohuang clan had been stationed on Spitfire Island for so many days, but the Empire's navy never showed any signs of coming. It was clear that Sho Bun had many tricks up his sleeve. So, your caravan robbed the Empire's navy first? Jie was silent for a while before speaking. Sho Bun laughed. How should I put it, don't all caravans do this kind of thing? When they are doing business, they will become bandits when they encounter something they can rob. To be honest, I don't think that becoming a bandit is a shameful thing. There is a popular story in the human race. The general content is that a young man accidentally obtained a cultivation method and became a heroic knight. He repeatedly robbed the rich to help the poor. Finally, he was forced to the mountains and formed a bandit gang. He beat the nobles of the kingdom until they were miserable and frightened. After that, the kingdom was invaded by foreign enemies, and the nobles rebelled. The young man led the bandit gang to save the capital. Because of an accident, he was found to be of the royal bloodline. In the end, he was recognized by the king, who thought that the young man's virtue was beneficial to the whole kingdom, like the light of the sun. The young man was thus infeft with a territory and became a sun knight. At this point, Sho Bun raised his thumb and pointed at himself. I am not a human, but a giant. I also want to be the son of my race. Jie nodded and put away the first fist ring with a complicated expression. Let me study it for a few days. Chapter 401. Chaya and Sho Bun walked out of the tavern one after the other. Watching the two leave, Kang Shu and San Dao looked at each other speechlessly in a tavern room about a kilometer away. Ever since the ghost had snuck in, they had heard the contents of Sho Bun and Chaya's conversation. San Dao was speechless. Giant Sho Bun, this guy is really amazing. This was his heartfelt praise. As a former mercenary group leader, San Dao immediately discovered that his vision and structure were completely different from Sho Bun's. This is a strategist. Ambitious and highly skilled in politics. Kang Shu had once been a butler of a noble family. In his view, the mediation and negotiation skills that Sho Zhon had displayed in this conversation were quite experienced. Just by looking at Chaya's performance, we can tell that Sho Bun is very effective. In fact, he used many things. For example, the relationship between Chaya and the Lord of Fire Spray City, the former's love and reverence for the latter, and the love and attachment of these giants to their home, Fire Spray Island. He also attached great importance to the collection of information. When he was stationed in the city, he investigated many things. From this, we can see that this giant Shogun has a certain personality. For example, he plans before acting, and is good at using things. Kang Shu and San Dao discussed for a while, and decided to go back and report the situation first. Because the treasure chests were right under the eyes of Shogun and the others, it was extremely difficult to take action. Looking at Shogun's behavior, he should not have discovered that the saint-level puppet was missing. Kang Shu and San Dao returned to the agreed-upon location. ZDI and Lan Zhao had also just returned. Hearing the personal accounts of the two groups, the young captain and the others sighed with emotion. I didn't expect that we would be saved by the customs of the giants and gain some time. But will the giants check the treasure chests after returning to their base? Should we hurry and steal the red and blue elemental essences before they find out? After all, once they find out, their defenses will be even tighter. If they check the treasure chests, we won't have enough time. The alchemy array in the inn hasn't been dismantled yet. It's very risky. Once discovered, there will be many traces left behind by us. But if we steal again, we'll definitely need it. Since clan leader 100 Needles is here, what should we do? Everyone discussed and expressed their opinions. The situation had become very complicated. Right then, a message came from Deep Sea Monster. Zhong Ji's situation was taking a turn for the worse. He was in grave danger. Haven't you always been using the green liquid to maintain your life force? San Dao suddenly became anxious. More messages were sent, indicating that there was a problem with the formation that created the green liquid. According to the Tower Genie's records, the golden green jade coffin had suddenly experienced a huge tremor, causing the array in the core area to be damaged beyond repair. As a result, the array failed. Golden green jade coffin? Everyone was bewildered. The blue charm god's true body and the feathered serpent god's main soul were imprisoned in the divine weapon. Kang Shu's face darkened. It seems that the confrontation between the two gods has become unstable. We have to hurry back and repair the array. By now, the other treatment methods could no longer stabilize Zhong Ji's body. They could only rely on the green liquid. However, the healing effects of the green liquid gradually weakened on Zhong Ji's body. They had to build a more complete alchemy array. Of course, they had to use the red and blue crystal clusters to make the green liquid more effective and heal Zhong Ji. Returning to Deep Sea Monster, everyone was shocked to find that the golden green jade coffin was empty. Where's the goddess? Everyone looked at each other, feeling as if they had fallen into an abyss. They hurriedly checked the Tower Genie's records and found that after the golden green jade coffin shook and destroyed the alchemy array, the goddess' true body in the golden green jade coffin slowly disappeared. The goddess left. Lan Zhao's eyes widened. Why didn't she take revenge on us? ZDI frowned. Maybe she's too weak. San Dao guessed. Kang Shu shook his head slightly. If the goddess wakes up, what will happen to her injuries? The blue charm goddess was seriously injured and could only lie to herself and fall into a deep sleep to maintain her vitality. If she woke up, it would mean that she was going to die. The young captain suddenly said, she should still be inside, but our vision was deceived. Remember the sky pillar CI? There is no half-plane there. The truth is that the goddess is in a deep sleep and emitted a divine domain. The young man's speculation was very reasonable. There were precedents of this situation. But who could be sure? Let me prove it. At the critical moment, the young man mustered up his courage and walked to the golden green jade coffin. Under everyone's gaze, he was about to reach into the coffin. His movements paused, and a red light appeared on the young man's body. He immediately transformed into the Murloc divine sun. Only then did he reach in and feel around. Immediately, the young man said in surprise, "I've touched her." But this feeling is also slowly disappearing. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. The goddess is still here. That's good. But we can't go on like this. That's right. The blue charm divine domain will continue to expand, at least to the size of the sky pillar CI. We can't bear it at all. By then, we will all fall into the divine domain and be deceived. The monster fish will also fall because of this. Damn it, at the critical moment, there was a fire behind us. Everyone was distressed. Some people held their heads, and despair appeared on their faces. It was as if the fire-breathing island was about to become a giant tomb where everyone was buried. Kang Shu's voice was still calm. Thinking about it, it's not strange. The blue charm goddess is different from the feathered serpent god. The blue charm goddess has many believers. Even if the blue charm goddess is destroyed, there are still many believers left outside. The feathered serpent god is different. There are almost no believers left. The two gods were in a stalemate, but the blue charm goddess is gradually recovering. In time, she will definitely suppress the feathered serpent god's soul. Sandao's expression was ferocious. What's the use of analyzing this now? What are we going to do? Lord Zhongji won't be able to hold on for long. Kang Shu sighed bitterly. We can try to rebuild the alchemy array. The blue charm goddess's condition is stable now. ZDI suddenly said, perhaps it's because we used the golden sapphire coffin that weakened the feathered serpent god's soul even more. That's why the blue charm goddess is starting to gain the upper hand. Sandao's body trembled as he stared at ZDI. ZDI also looked back and said to Sandao, I'm just stating the facts. I'm not giving up on Zhongji. However, even if we rebuild the array while the golden sapphire coffin is stable, we won't have the red and blue crystals. The array will be no different from before. It won't have much effect on Zhongji. Everyone was silent. Then what are we waiting for? I'll steal it now or negotiate. Sandao immediately shouted. Steal it now? It's daytime. In front of the giant's eyes. If we want to steal it, we'll need the help of the silver gargoyle puppet. I feel like negotiation isn't a good choice. From what you said, that Shobun isn't an ordinary saint. He's very cunning. Everyone's words made Sandao's expression darken. He could hear the underlying meaning. Zhongji's condition is very bad. The young captain finished his inspection and stood up beside Zhongji. Zhongji had already been moved to the core cabin. After all, the core of the green liquid array was the golden sapphire coffin. Rebuild the original array first, the young captain ordered. This way, Zhongji can at least hold on until the night after tomorrow. Tonight, we'll move again and steal it. We'll try to steal the red and blue crystals. Understood, sir. Kang Shu bowed. In fact, we only need to repair it. After all, at least the core of the original array is damaged. Sandao looked at the young man gratefully and breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as Kang Shu was repairing the array, the Justice Pirates once again found out an earth-shattering piece of information. What? The Imperial Navy headquarters was destroyed by pirates. It was the Firebeard pirates who did it. This group first set out from the pirate holy city and arrived at the Eye of the Sea Pillar. Then they split up to confuse the enemy and finally raided the military port. Firebeard had burned down the military port almost single-handedly. Mutong was seriously injured and retreated. Blue Charm God flew away on the spot. The second leader, Duo Bai, the third leader, Feng Yarrow, and the newly promoted saint, Red Turban, all participated in this battle. Not only Feng Yarrow, it is said that Ash was also rescued by Firebeard from the Eye of the Sea Pillar. The Justice Pirates were shocked. This was a military port, the headquarters of the Imperial Navy. It was actually destroyed. And by a pirate gang. This was really a disgrace to the Empire. For thousands of years, they had never seen the Empire suffer such a big loss. Firebeard, for a time, this name was deeply engraved in the hearts of everyone. After a few days of spreading, the news of the military port finally spread to the world. Flame Island was just one of the stops. On the holy monument in the pirate holy city, Firebeard's name was ranked first. This was the first time the three legendary pirate groups had made a move since the battle for the pirate throne. Unexpectedly, this move was earth-shattering, as if a hole had been poked in the sky. How will the Empire react now? Firebeard will definitely be counterattacked by the Grand Duke of the Empire. Is the war between legends and gods about to start? Not only that, Firebeard is now close to the pirate throne. What will the other two legendary pirate groups do? They will definitely be unfavorable to Firebeard. In an instant, the Firebeard pirates have made enemies on all sides. The situation is very dangerous. No, he should still have allies. Think about it, the orcs will probably protect Firebeard and show goodwill to him. Firebeard's current state is already half a step on the threshold of becoming the Pirate King. Everyone was discussing. The young captain's mood was very heavy. The situation is very bad, guys. Didn't I tell you? Kaze is cursed by the goddess of love, and he can sense the location of Blue Charm God. Even the Blue Charm God realm can't stop this ability. Our pearl foam is also difficult to hide. In other words, Firebeard knows the location of Blue Charm God and that we are hiding on Flame Island. These words made the discussion come to an abrupt end, and everyone fell into a dead silence. So, our enemy is Firebeard's pirate group. After a long time, a voice broke the silence. For now, it seems so. Kang Shu sighed heavily. If we snatch Blue Charm God, we will definitely obtain unimaginable pirate divinity. At that time, Firebeard will definitely sit firmly on the throne and become the new pirate king. There are other pirates. ZDI's voice became hoarse. Firebeard is too bold. He even dares to attack the military port. He won't be too afraid of Flame Island. He got the information from Kaze. Once he attacks, he will attract a lot of attention. The other two legendary pirate groups will definitely not sit by and watch Firebeard succeed. They will definitely stop him. They will most likely attack us as well. Everyone's faces were pale. The Imperial Navy, the three legendary pirate groups, the Lord of Flame Island, Chaya, Sand Bun, and the Dying Zone GE, the main body of Blue Charm God that was gradually getting rid of the stalemate and gaining the upper hand. God, what should we do? How did it turn out like this? If we knew this would happen, we should have just died on Fog Island. In this situation, even if we save Zone GE, what can we do? He will still die. Everyone could not think of a way, and in the end, they all looked at the young captain. The young man slowly shook his head. What could he do? He walked out of the cabin with a frown. ZDI looked at everyone and quickly left with the young man. The sky was very clear today. The sun shone brightly, and the sea and sky were the same color. A gentle breeze blew. The young man dived out of deep-sea monster fish and came to an empty beach. He looked at the scenery in front of him. His heavy heart was a stark contrast to the natural beauty in front of him. ZDI walked over. The footprints she left on the beach disappeared with the rising tide. The young man sat on the beach, and ZDI sat beside him. The two of them sat side by side, but they did not speak. After a long silence, the young man whispered, I feel very guilty. I was the one who led everyone out of Fog Island, but now, we are in a desperate situation. How did we end up like this? We just wanted to get rid of our crimes and find connections to contact the upper echelons of the Empire to get forgiveness and redemption. Perhaps, the young man lowered his head and looked at the sand between his feet. I am not a good leader. I am not strong, and I am not good at politics. If I was like Sand Bun, perhaps the situation would be much better. Perhaps we would have successfully gotten rid of our crimes. No, it's not like that. ZDI put her hand on the young man's arm. If you were Sand Bun, then we would have fallen apart long ago. Sand Bun is an ambitious person. Just because he is not reconciled, he will take risks without care of his own safety, even at the expense of the entire tribe. His chances of success are very low. In order to satisfy his selfish desires, he used the entire tribe as a tool. You are different. Believe me, you are better than Sand Bun. In our group, who can really trust each other? Who can trust the beast men, the goblins, or the necromancers? ZDI smiled. Only you can lead us. Because you are fair and just, and have never given up on any of your companions. The virtue of a knight persists and manifests in you. Everyone trusts you very much. Without you, we would have already had internal strife. You are the leader of all of us. Without you, this group would not have lasted until now. The young man shook his head and smiled bitterly. I am a knight. Aren't you? ZDI raised her eyebrows. You practice Dochi, White River Dochi. According to the clues we collected, you should be a knight of the Empire, but not famous. A relatively ordinary silver knight, Even if something happened, it would not cause a big commotion. The war traffickers chose you to be Jinjin's substitute for a reason. The young man nodded. I guessed so too. It's a pity that the true memories that belong to me never surfaced. Do you know? I have a plan. I want to find my original identity after I am free of my crime and be myself. Because that is me, the real me. But now, I am just an idiot who knows nothing about my identity, a beast, a monster. Sometimes I am also very afraid. When I become a dragon or a merman, I am worried that I will give up my former self and live for power. The young man looked at his hand and said, About this. ZDI suddenly held the young man's hand. I have a different view from you. I like this about you. The young man's body shook and looked at ZDI. ZDI did not evade, her pair of purple crystal eyes quietly stared at the young man. The two of them sat together on the beach and looked at each other. ZDI sincerely said, In this world, no one will always be willing to accept their fate. At some point, people will always feel resentment, hatred, anger, and even despair. Everyone, including those geniuses. But relatively ordinary people like us feel even more. God said that people are sinful. So, we need to atone for our sins. I admit it. When I was in dire straits in my life, I once had bad thoughts. I thought of murder and robbery. Everyone has dark thoughts, or a past that is unbearable to look back on. But with you here, around you, all of this can be tolerated, understood, and accepted by each other. Because you are a beast knight. In you, we all see ourselves. And you always adhere to justice and morality. Let us also believe in the beauty of human nature, that we can be saved. Yes, don't doubt, you are so special, so excellent, I am deeply infatuated with you. ZDI. The young man whispered, his mood was agitated, and he grabbed ZDI's hand. ZDI didn't pull her hand away. She boldly made a confession. She didn't want to repeat the mistake on the strange island. She wanted to seize the opportunity. It was likely that tomorrow, the Justice Pirates would be completely destroyed. She didn't want to regret it. The young man stared at ZDI, and ZDI stared at the young man. Their faces were getting closer and closer. Under the illumination of the sun, the shadows of the two people finally stuck together. After a long time, their lips parted. The beauty of love made ZDI's cheeks blush, and her purple crystal eyes became more attractive. And the young man drew endless courage and motivation from it. He suddenly stood up. I've decided. What? ZDI froze. The next moment, she saw the young man's determined face and burning eyes. I'm going to negotiate with Blue Charm Goddess. Chapter 402. Voodoo Rainforest. In the deep darkness of the night, the dense rainforest whimpered as the wind shuttled back and forth. On the ground full of rotten branches and leaves, the roots and vines that fell to the ground were intertwined with each other. Hiss, tricolored spearhead viper, jumping viper, horned palm viper, lateral band palm viper, coral snake, paradise tree snake, golden flower snake, viper, forest boa, forest cobra, and so on. Large groups of snakes gathered from all directions like a tide, drowning the soil, climbing and shuttling between the roots and vines. Their destination was only one, and that was the cabin in the woods. There seemed to be a huge temptation in the cabin, making these snakes desperate and fanatical. Peng! With a soft sound, a flame suddenly rose from the cabin in the woods. From the beginning of the flame, it was a raging fire, enveloping the entire cabin, burning fiercely and quickly spreading around. This was not an ordinary flame. The color of the fire was dark green, and it did not emit any heat. Instead, as it burned, a strong chill eroded people's hearts. Seeing this green fire, the snakes became more manic and rushed into the flame. The green fire burned, like a giant beast opening its mouth, swallowing all creatures. The snakes swam into the green fire, like candles meeting heat, quickly melting. Their scales, skin, and flesh were the first to melt. Then, the remaining snake bones also melted at a relatively slow speed. The snakes died more and more, and the melting of each snake provided the essence of the whole body to the green fire. The green fire got burning materials and burned more and more. Soon, the green fire reached 4 meters high and expanded to a radius of 300 meters, which was particularly conspicuous in the rainforest at night. Unlike the scene outside, there was not the slightest bit of green fire in the cabin. Instead, there was thick smoke. The smoke was very choking, and the 4 legendary powerhouses in the cabin almost held their breath. Except for Mo Laro. This female Nogga, a legendary level diviner, was swaying her body in the smoke. She kept singing, her snake body swayed, and her arms were surrounded by grey mist. The ballad she sang was simple and ancient, yet it was filled with a mysterious and distant concept. The other 3 legends had been listening quietly for a while, feeling uncomfortable, and there was a horror lingering in their hearts. At first, it was Yi Gui, one of the marine admirals, who came to the cabin in the woods and asked for help from his best friend Mo Lao. The first divination failed. After that, the 2 legendary pirate leaders, Hua Sheng and Asa, appeared. They brought the poison sect's holy item and asked Mo Laro to perform another divination. Over the past few days, Mo Laro repeatedly performed divinations and failed repeatedly. Including the first time, she had already failed 4 times. Every time she failed, she would suffer heavy injuries. Her injuries worsened, but she continued to try. Every time he healed, rested, and prepared, the time he took to do so grew longer and longer. Every time, the method of divination became stranger and stranger, and the momentum became greater and greater. This was her 5th divination, and it should also be her last. According to the rules of the 5 poison sect, the divination master could not repeatedly perform a divination. However, if one obtained the poison sect's relic, they would be able to override this rule. Asa brought 3 holy items, while Hua Sheng brought 1. The 5th time would be the last time, unless he found a new holy artifact. Amidst the thick smoke, Hua Sheng leaned against a wooden pillar. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the ink bag. He was tall and thin, with long ears and green hair. He had the unique handsomeness and confidence of the elf clan. The thin sword hanging at his waist was very eye-catching. The handle of the thin sword was like a rose bud, delicate like a work of art. Hua Sheng had used this legendary weapon to make a name for himself as the Great Sword Saint. Asa was huddled in a corner. There was only a ball of black smoke, and his figure could not be seen. He specialized in dark magic and had the bloodline of the evil demon. He was ruthless and vicious. This time, he had brought 3 of the poison sect's holy treasures to the poison sect by himself. Bright red lights lit up in the black smoke from time to time, revealing that Asa had been paying attention to the ink bag. And Yi Gui looks like a princess, not a marine admiral. She was wearing an exaggerated golden-pink princess dress with a wide and fluffy skirt. She wore long silk gloves and a lovely pink lace parasol, the handle of which hung from the crook of her arm. The smoke could not hide Yi Gui's worried expression. The ink bag was her best friend, and she had a deep friendship with the ink bag. But at this moment, the ink bag's state made Yi Gui worried. She had never seen the ink bag in such a miserable state. The originally plump figure was now as thin as a match. The originally smooth and beautiful snake scales had turned pale, as if she had been hit by a petrification curse. The ink bag's hair was originally strong and powerful, but now it was like a poisoned weed, extremely withered. The ink bag's mental state was also very abnormal. She sometimes giggled, sometimes was in a daze, sometimes gritted her teeth, and sometimes cried out fanatically. Finally, she was so tired that she stopped. Her chest was like a bellows, and she was panting. She stretched out her hand, and a medicine jar flew into her hand. Gulp, gulp. She opened the medicine jar and poured all the thick green medicine into her throat. Enough. Stop it, Mo Lao. You've already done your best and reached your limit. Yi Gui finally could not help but say, no. The ink bag immediately shook her head. Hold on, I can hold on for longer. I can feel the ancestral spirits watching. They're all here, they're all crowded in the room. They're all waiting for me. The corners of Yi Gui's eyes twitched. Don't continue. This potion is extremely toxic. You once told me that I could only drink 10 milliliters of it every time I used it. When you used it to heal your injuries during the divination, you knew how to control it. Look at you now. You're drinking it jar by jar. Do you want to die? There's too much poison accumulated in your body. How can you treat it in the future? Mo Laro drank the entire jar of medicinal water. Then, with a bang, he directly smashed the jar onto the floor. She grinned at Yi Gui, revealing her teeth stained with green water. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. The ink bag comforted her best friend. My liver has long been modified by me. Its ability is very strong. It can detoxify poison and... Before she could finish speaking, the ink bag suddenly vomited. The vomit was very strange. It was like mud, but also like black oil. It was very thick and emitted a strong stench. Slap. There was a soft sound. An internal organ was also vomited out. The three legends present were all stunned. Hua Sheng no longer leaned on the wooden pillar. Scarlet eyes lit up in Ace's black fog. Yi Gui's eyes widened. She recognized it and couldn't help but exclaim, "Heavens, this is your liver. You've vomited out your liver. Without a liver, how can you detoxify the poison?" The ink bag's face was pale. She forced a smile and said, "It's okay. Look at what I've vomited. These are the remnants of the medicine that I've digested. They all carry poison, but now I've vomited them out. Although my liver is gone, I still have my stomach. My digestive ability is very good." Before she could finish speaking, the ink bag began to vomit violently again. Slap. Another internal organ was vomited out. Hua Sheng's expression changed slightly. Ah Sang's black fog condensed into a human form. Yi Gui covered her mouth. "Heavens! This is your stomach." The ink bag's face showed a determined expression. "Even if my stomach is gone, I will continue. As long as my heart is still beating, I will not stop." In the next moment, she vomited out her heart as well. Hua Sheng lowered his hands and no longer hugged her with his arms. Asa took a few steps forward and carefully observed the ink bag's heart. Her expression was solemn. Yi Gui was extremely nervous. "Ink bag." The ink bag's body shook, and she screamed shrilly, "Don't stop me. I'm about to succeed. Even if I don't have a heart, I can still survive for a while. As long as I'm still breathing." Bang! A small explosion suddenly occurred. The ink bag's entire chest was blown through, forming a large hole that connected the front and back. The lungs inside were blown into pieces and powder. This time, the ink bag's breathing also stopped. Yi Gui. The Navy Admiral immediately took action and took out a scroll from her arms. But in the next moment, Hua Sheng and Asa stood on her left and right. "What are you doing?" Yi Gui shouted and was about to attack with all her strength. "Calm down, Navy Admiral. We have no intention of harming you and the ink bag." "That's right, the ink bag has already begun to break through. The voodoo sect's things are very different from conventional mage cultivation. You're confused because you're concerned." Hua Sheng and Sa persuaded at the same time. Yi Gui forced himself to calm down and saw the ink bag move again. Her movements were slow and difficult as she took out the voodoo sect's holy objects one by one. She stuffed a frog-shaped copper holy object into the hole in her chest. Breathing is the sinking of the nose and mouth. In the next moment, she could breathe again. She then placed a blood-colored crystal holy object in the shape of a skull in the empty space of her heart. The heartbeat is the struggle of life. Thus, she had a heartbeat again. If you don't want to be digested by everything, then you have to digest everything. She stuffed the other two holy objects into her body and used them as her stomach and liver. After doing all this, she took a deep breath. Although her body was extremely weak and her injuries were extremely serious, and there was no treatment at all, her spirit was very excited. Ancestral spirits. She let out a shrill cry and then danced the sacrificial dance again. During the dance, her body began to emit light. No, to be precise, it was the light emitted by the holy objects in her body that constantly converged and merged with her body and soul. The smoke suddenly became thicker. The green fire in the house whistled and rolled wildly, sweeping away the surrounding snakes and trees, burning them into countless ashes. The ink bag's life aura underwent a subtle qualitative change. Yi Gui and Hua Sheng both revealed shocked expressions. Demigod. Arsa murmured softly. The ink bag's body shook. I see it. On. Fire-breathing island. After saying this, she fell to the ground with a bang. It was unknown whether she was alive or dead. Chapter 403. Spitfire Island. The alchemy factory inside the volcano. This is the place. The legendary giant Spitfire City Lord said to Tucker beside him. Tucker observed his surroundings. This was the deepest part of the factory, and also the most heavily guarded place. The largest area was the central magma furnace. It had a radius of at least 500 meters and was surrounded by a dark golden dam. The dam was about 3 meters high and firmly wrapped around the boiling, gurgling orange-red magma. The heat was majestic, steaming Tucker's face. This should be the largest lava alchemy furnace in the Empire. Awesome. Tucker sighed from the bottom of his heart. With it, I can increase the efficiency of refining some alchemy items by at least 30%. The Spitfire City Lord couldn't help but laugh. Tucker's words greatly improved her impression of him. These were the words of an alchemist, which resonated with the Spitfire City Lord and made him proud. Tucker observed the alchemy tools around the wall. These tools were all very large. Some were like cranes, some were drilling machines, and some were huge iron pliers. These alchemy tools were all rough in shape, full of the style of giants. Tucker commented a few words and guessed the purpose of the tools. Most of his guesses were correct, allowing the Spitfire City Lord and Brick to feel his talent. There were also some guesses wrong. Tucker immediately asked for advice, his posture very humble. After the Spitfire City Lord explained a few words, Tucker praised. His words were meaningful, causing Brick to involuntarily raise the corners of his mouth. This is the main place where I make giant puppets. The space in other places is small, and only here can I use it. This is the latest puppet I've refined. Please take a look. The Spitfire City Lord took the initiative to say, giving Brick a look. Brick immediately moved, activating the array and turning on a certain switch. The next moment, the magma boiled and suddenly surged up, forming a small hill. The small hill broke open, and magma flowed everywhere. A huge humanoid puppet slowly rose. There seemed to be a lift under its feet. Tucker's pupils shrank, revealing a solemn expression. His main purpose for coming here was this. Please forgive my offense. Tucker bowed and saluted the Spitfire City Lord. Take a look. The Spitfire City Lord smiled. This giant puppet sample had long been prepared for Tucker's use. Tucker used alchemy in succession, observing the inside and outside of the giant puppet. The giant puppet was 6 meters tall and had a robust physique. Its main material was made of copper and iron alloy, which had excellent hardness and toughness. There were arrays inside and outside the puppet, and after some observation, Tucker discovered that there were over 100 arrays. The arrays combined to form 3 major system array groups. They were the Power System Array Group, the Firepower System Array Group, and the Defense System Array Group. Tucker was immediately engrossed in this. As his understanding deepened, his face couldn't help but reveal a hint of shock and astonishment. Tucker couldn't distinguish the main material used for the giant puppet's body. This was an exclusive alloy material, which should have been developed by the flame-spitting city alone. The material's performance is pretty good, but the key is the cost. Tucker guessed that the cost didn't seem high. This meant that mass production was possible. One must understand that this was a saint-level golem. Mass production, just the thought of it was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Apart from the main body's materials, the array formations arranged inside and outside the giant puppet's body were also very outstanding. Tucker counted carefully. There should be 121 arrays in the giant puppet. This number wasn't high, it could even be said to be very low. The number of arrays wasn't high, which meant that the cost of setting them up was limited to an acceptable range. This also meant mass production. The key was that the arrays were in harmony with each other, and their performance wasn't bad at all. There is one more thing, this is only a sample that the flame-spitting city showed me. The complete form of the giant puppet is definitely stronger than this one. After a short moment, Tucker stopped his alchemy spell. If your city's giant puppet appears, The entire arms market will be in turmoil. Even the Empire might have to purchase from your city. Tucker sighed. But the flame-spitting city lord shook his head. The cost is far higher than you think, Count Tucker. Moreover, the manufacturing process isn't simple. This is the place where the puppet can be manufactured. There are very high standards for the manufacturing environment. Sir Tucker. The rest is up to you. Brick was somewhat impatient. Tucker nodded. Although the giant puppet was good, it had an extremely important flaw. It had no intelligence. That was why the flame-spitting city invited him to enchant the giant puppet. Tucker took out a scroll from his bosom. This is a spiritual awakening scroll. My latest work. I think it's more meaningful to give it to Miss Brick to use. As he spoke, Tucker handed the scroll to GYA. This was a sanctuary-level scroll. When Brick took it, she couldn't help but show hesitation. As everyone knew, activating the intelligence of objects like alchemy puppets, mage towers, and magic ships consumed the caster's soul. After casting the spell, the upper limit of a mage spirit would be permanently reduced. Tucker said, "Don't worry, the cost of using this scroll is only some of your magic power. It's completely unharmed to your soul and spirit." In an instant, Brick and the flame-spitting city lord's eyes shone with surprise. Brick immediately opened the scroll, imbued it with magic power, and successfully cast the spell. The scroll itself turned into ashes, but the condensed light flew into the giant puppet. Feeling the light, the alchemy array in the giant puppet's body quickly revolved, emitting strong magic power fluctuations. About a quarter of an hour later, the giant puppet's eyes suddenly lit up. First, it was its hands and feet, then its whole body. It started moving. The giant puppet stretched its limbs, first observing its body, then scanning its surroundings. When it saw the flame-spitting city lord and the other two, it bowed to Brick. "Master, Sandgord reports to you." GYA was a spellcaster, so the giant puppet took her as its master and listened to her orders. Even the name Sandgord was given by her. Tienya, on the other hand, had a serious look on his face. "Shogwa, introduce me, and show me your ability to a limited extent." Next, the giant puppet began its performance. Jumping, turning, running, rolling, crawling forward, using the array to activate spells to attack. Very good, very good. The flame-spitting city lord nodded repeatedly, unable to hide the joy on his face. This was exactly the result she wanted. "Count, if I hadn't used it myself, I wouldn't have believed that such a spiritual awakening scroll could exist in this world." Although Brick hated Tucker, she sincerely admired him at this moment. The flame-spitting city lord asked, "It was a wise decision to invite you to cooperate. Count Tucker, I wonder how much your spiritual awakening scroll costs." Tucker smiled and quoted a price. The price surprised the flame-spitting city lord and Brick. It wasn't too high, but too low. "Honorable Count, are you joking?" GYA almost doubted his own ears. Tucker smiled. "In fact, the cost of making this kind of alchemy scroll is very low. According to my price, my profit margin is already very large. Normally speaking, the essence of spiritual awakening spells is the consumption of souls. I referred to necromancy and used the soul fragments of other casters to create this kind of scroll. I have to say, in the field of souls, necromancy is unique. It makes me gasp in amazement." Necromancy. The flame-spitting city lord and Brick's expressions changed slightly. Necromancy was strictly forbidden, whether it was the Sacred Empire or the forces of other continents. They all suppressed and hunted them down. Tucker, however, secretly studied necromancy and directly told outsiders like the flame-spitting city lord and Brick. Was he showing his sincerity, or was he being careless? "The two of you don't need to worry. I have already informed the patriarch of my clan about this, and I have already obtained the permission of the Empire," Tucker explained. Brick was immediately relieved. Yes, on one hand, the major forces were desperately suppressing necromancy, on the other hand, they were secretly studying and learning. "With your scroll and our puppets, I believe that our cooperation will be very pleasant." The flame-spitting city lord smiled. Tucker also smiled and nodded. The craftsmanship of puppets was top-notch in flame-spitting city. His cooperation with Flame-Spitting City could be said to be a strong alliance. Next, they discussed the details of the cooperation in detail. After half a day, the discussion ended. Both sides reached a consensus. Tucker's straightforward personality once again attracted the favor of the Flame-Spitting City Lord and Brick. "I just advocate fair trade," Tucker explained with a smile. After parting with the Flame-Spitting City Lord, Tucker returned to his residence in a very good mood. This time, he came to Flame-Spitting Island mainly for this cooperation. Now it seemed that the prospects of cooperation were very broad, and the future benefits were extremely huge and very tempting. Tucker, who was in a good mood, tried to refine items again. Double happiness came at the same time. His previous attempt on the ship had failed, but this time, he succeeded. "With this, I can complete the task assigned by my teacher." Tucker exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. It felt good to have nothing to do. He was looking forward to playing around and relaxing on Flame-Spitting Island tomorrow. Next, let me see who this deliberately destroyed magic device is contacting. Tucker poured magic power and activated the alchemy item. It's the patriarch of the 100 Needles clan? Tucker blinked and froze. Wait a minute. Tucker didn't believe the answer, but instinctively began to doubt himself. Did I refine the right item? He was inspired by the 9 mystical swords of the patriarch of the 100 Needles clan, so he built a new alchemy array. Therefore, the newly refined alchemy item might be related to the patriarch of the 100 Needles clan for other reasons. Tucker began a careful and comprehensive examination. When he was immersed in the field of alchemy, time passed quickly. Most of the night passed. Tucker looked surprised and doubtful. Yes. This is the truth. It's really the patriarch of the 100 Needles clan. Chapter 404. Jetty Island, Wharf. The head of the 100 Needles tribe and Arm Tile disguised themselves as mercenaries and shuttled through the narrow alleys. The alleys here were not narrow at all, which had the characteristics of the giants. The unique fishy smell of the wharf came from time to time. The head of the 100 Needles tribe and Arm Tile shuttled through the alleys, sometimes turning and sometimes stopping. In inconspicuous places, sometimes on the door of a thick wooden door, sometimes in the corner of a moss-covered wall, there were secret codes engraved on them. These codes looked like children's graffiti, but in fact, they were traceable and hinted at the next direction. The head of the 100 Needles tribe followed the instructions in the letter and found the secret code in the wharf. He had to save his son Jin. This was the only future of the 100 Needles tribe. After a total of more than a dozen codes, the head of the 100 Needles tribe and Arm Tile finally stopped in front of the last code. The code was on the lintel of an abandoned hut. Arm Tile walked in cautiously. After checking, he returned in disappointment. "Sir, no one is here. There's only this." It was another letter. The head of the 100 Needles tribe unfolded the letter, but he couldn't make out the contents. He sighed. It's a code that needs to be deciphered. The way to decipher it is in the previous letter. This pirate group is very secretive. It seems that they have a big plan. The head of the 100 Needles tribe could only go back with disappointment and worry. Not long after he left, a flying insect flew out from a hidden corner. The flying insect was like a mosquito, inconspicuous, but its direction was clear. It went straight to Jetty Island in the center of the island. When it flew past a corner, the flying insect that had been lying in the corner also flew out and merged with it. After passing through the curtains of a restaurant, another flying insect flew out. When they passed a wild dog, another flying insect flew out from the dog's hair. The flying insect flew all the way, and its companions flew out from every corner one after another. The flying insects merged into one, and the buzzing sound became louder. They flew all the way through the alleys, passing through the dirty sewage and bypassing the noisy market. In the strong fishy smell, they were indistinguishable from the normal mosquitoes and flies. They then jumped over the fields and rocks and passed through the city gate right under the eyes of the city guards. On the main road, they encountered a gold-level mage. The female mage frowned and waved her hand to disperse the swarm of mosquitoes and flies. She did not notice anything strange about them at all. In the end, these mosquitoes and flies flew into the inner city of Spitfire City and arrived at a garden villa that was specially arranged for VIPs to stay. The windows were already open. The mosquitoes and flies obediently flew in through the window and landed in a metal basin. The food had already been prepared in the basin. A large pile of elemental crystals had been specially ground into powder. In addition, in another metal basin next to it, there was a large amount of transparent, slightly brown lubricant. The swarms of mosquitoes and flies perched on the crystal powder and devoured it for some time. Then, they flew into the lubricant and rolled a few times. In the end, they all stopped on the table, motionless as if they were dead. Not long after, Tucker opened the door and came in. "Let me see what's going on." Out of curiosity, he used alchemy to activate another function of these alchemy mosquitoes and flies. Soon, a series of images appeared in Tucker's mind. Connecting these images, Tucker immediately knew the journey and experience of the Patriarch of 100 Needles and the arm tile. It's a mysterious secret signal. What is he going to do? His real destination should be Spitfire Island. Is he going to secretly meet with the Justice Pirates? Wait, could it be that the Justice Pirates are here? Tucker frowned, and his face became solemn. No, this guess lacks evidence. The Justice Pirates contacted the Patriarch of 100 Needles, but it doesn't mean that the person the Patriarch wants to secretly meet at this moment is the Justice Pirates. Of course, this is not a small possibility. Tucker knew about the Justice Pirates. His teacher gave him this task and asked him to find clues of the sender from the magic communication device that had been blown to pieces. He had found it now. What made him a little dumbfounded was that the reason why he could find it so quickly was that he met the Patriarch of 100 Needles, who had been shipwrecked, and found inspiration through his legendary 9 swords. The Justice Pirates are related to Blue Charm Goddess. It's no small matter. What should I do? Tucker's status was very high. Besides, the Imperial Navy didn't want to hide the matter of Heaven's Pillar because it couldn't be hidden. By now, it was no longer a secret. Thinking of the extremely weak Blue Charm Goddess, Tucker was excited. Just like what Wei Sheng had in mind, Tucker also coveted the goddess' true form. But soon, he shook his head slightly. It's too risky. There's almost no reliable information at all. I'm just a sacred. I'd better tell this information to my teacher first. He didn't choose to tell this information to Spitfire Island first. On the one hand, he wasn't sure if the Justice Pirates were on the island. On the other hand, the giants of Spitfire Island were separated from the humans. It was related to the weak body of Blue Charm Goddess, and the benefits were too great. Of course, Tucker believed in the humans and his teacher more. Tucker made up his mind and immediately took action to report to his teacher. After a while, he reported the situation to his family. Not long after, he received a reply from his teacher. Teacher has already left and is applying for a teleportation portal. His coming here in person? Tucker was a little speechless. He knew his teacher's nature well. He usually stayed in his alchemy lab, doing countless experiments and exploring the cutting edge of alchemy. He didn't expect him to go out this time. At least in 300 years, this is the first time teacher has gone out, right? But then Tucker thought about it and felt relieved. After all, this was related to the mystery of the gods. No legendary mage wouldn't be tempted. His teacher was the same. It's rare for teacher to leave. There must be a lot of movement in the City of Knowledge. Should I strengthen my communication with the fire-spitting city? After all, the Lord of Spitfire Island is a legendary mage and also the master of the forces here. Teacher came here to deal with her and discuss an urgent cooperation agreement in private. Without a doubt, Tucker was an elite talent among the nobles. He immediately thought of what he had to do. However, just as he was about to leave, he received a second reply. At first, he thought it was a reply from his family. But he didn't expect it to be from his teacher. The contents of the letter surprised him. His teacher gave up on the idea of coming and no longer took action. At the same time, he clearly told him to leave. Leave Spitfire Island as soon as possible. Chapter 405. A large fleet was traversing the sea. Foam Yarrow stood on the side of the fleet's flagship, the Mighty Flame, and looked into the distance. In front of him was an endless dark blue, and the sea breeze blew his long hair gently. The handsome bard looked sad at the moment, and his eyes were absent-minded, revealing endless thoughts. Dong dong dong. Heavy footsteps came from behind him. Foam Yarrow was not alarmed, but immersed in his own thoughts. Thinking of your goddess? The owner of the footsteps came to Foam Yarrow's side and looked into the distance. Only then did Foam Yarrow come to his senses. He turned around and looked at the person who had arrived. Boss. The person who came was the leader of the Flamebeard pirates, the legendary pirate Flamebeard. Flamebeard's burly body was in sharp contrast to Foam Yarrow's. The rough man smacked his lips and looked in the direction Foam Yarrow was looking and smiled. Your goddess is in that direction? Foam Yarrow did not make a sound. Is it on the Flame Island? Flamebeard asked again. Foam Yarrow's heart was shocked, but his face did not change. Why do you think so? He had the curse of Love God, so he knew where Blue Charm God's body was. But Foam Yarrow was also worried that others would plot against the goddess, even though Flamebeard had promised him that he would not plot against Blue Charm God's body. But of course, Foam Yarrow was not willing to let his beloved take any risks. Flamebeard looked at Foam Yarrow and sighed deeply. If it's not, then it's best. You can rest assured that I will not go back on what I promised you. But, if your goddess is really on the Flame Island, then there will be big trouble. According to the information I just received, now Hua Sheng and Asa have started to move, and they are rushing to the Flame Island very quickly. These two seem to have reached some kind of agreement in private. The Flame Island is guarded by a legendary giant, but these two guys suddenly joined forces and desperately attacked the island. This situation is very unusual. In my opinion, there is only one thing that is worth the two of them suddenly joining forces and launching such an action. That is to stop me from plundering the goddess body. Foam Yarrow's breathing suddenly became rapid, and his face became quite ugly. He didn't think that Firebeard was lying to him because this kind of thing was easy to verify. Both Asa and Hua Sheng were legendary pirates who were as famous as Firebeard. Once they moved on a large scale, it would be difficult to cover up the news. It shouldn't be like this. Foam Yarrow's face was pale as he hugged his head in distress, his voice filled with disbelief. Seeing his expression, Firebeard naturally got the answer, and his expression became serious. The second in command, Multi-Arms, walked over and said, "Third brother, the situation doesn't look good. We've just taken out the Empire's Navy headquarters and paid a heavy price for our boss to get close to the pirate throne. If the other two pirates succeed at this time, then the situation will be even, and we might even fall behind." Foam Yarrow's body was on the verge of collapsing. He had to lean on the side of the ship to stabilize himself. He has the clergy of deception and disguise. He shouldn't have been exposed like this. Firebeard patted Foam Yarrow's shoulder. Multi-Arms asked, "Do you know about ink bugs?" "Who?" Foam Yarrow was puzzled. Multi-Arms shook his head slightly. "She's a legendary-level clairvoyant and a believer of the poison sect. Previously, her reputation wasn't very prominent. But after this, I'm afraid she'll be famous all over the world. According to our information, Asa and Hua Sheng asked her to do a divination at the same time. In the end, she divined the location of the fire-breathing island." For a moment, Foam Yarrow's breathing gradually stopped, and cold sweat began to seep out of his forehead. "Boss Firebeard." Suddenly, he woke up and looked at Firebeard with a pleading gaze. Firebeard laughed. "Don't worry. Although I'm not very interested in the pirate throne, I don't want those two guys to succeed. More importantly, it's related to my brother's most beloved woman. Boss." Foam Yarrow was so moved that his eyes turned red. This was Firebeard. He was heroic, willing to think for his brother, and also had the strength to stand up for his brother. Since leaving the military port, the double sword had been sailing on the sea for a long time. Wei Sheng's complexion was haggard these few days, and he had heavy dark eye bags. He couldn't sleep well and was under great pressure. The Empire's Navy headquarters had been taken out, which made the Sacred Empire lose face and was also a disgrace to the Empire's Navy. Wei Sheng was held accountable. This was because he had taken most of his power to form a huge fleet and left the military port to deal with the Justice Pirates and Blue Charm God's body. This made the military port fall into a state of extreme weakness, and then the Firebeard pirates succeeded in their sneak attack. After Bai Tong escaped, for his own sake, the first thing he did was to point his spear at Wei Yisheng. This time, when I return to the Empire, I'm afraid I will be stripped of my navy rank. Wei Yisheng thought of this and clenched his fists, feeling extremely unwilling and angry. Everything was because of the blue charm god's body, because of the Justice Pirates. But the embarrassing thing was that he hadn't even seen their shadow until now. This was a failure. Stripping the rank wasn't the point was failure. Wei Yisheng hated failure the most. I don't want to. Just as he was screaming in pain, a subordinate suddenly came to report. What did you say? Wei Yisheng's attention was immediately attracted by the information. The news from Admiral Yi Gui, Blue Charm God's body is on the fire-breathing island. Also, the two pirate leaders also rushed to the fire-breathing island. Yi Gui had participated in and witnessed the entire process of Mo Laro's divination. In order to stop Firebeard, Hua Sheng and Asa were determined and acted with a lot of madness. As a Marine Admiral, Yi Gui naturally wanted to stop them, but of course, he didn't want to bear the pressure alone. After all, Firebeard had destroyed the Marine headquarters before and beat Thatong badly. Therefore, Yi Gui naturally chose to report to the Marine headquarters for help. As the acting fleet admiral, Wei Yisheng received this key information. The legendary diviner Mo Laro, no, he should be a demigod now. This result should be good. The fire-breathing island, there is a legendary giant mage there. Why would the Justice Pirates go there? Wait. I understand, it's the abyss. They must be trying to escape into the abyss through the weak point of the space there to avoid the Empire's pursuit. Wei Yisheng felt like a bolt of lightning had struck his heart. Everything made sense. It seems that Blue Charm God has really declined, otherwise, she would never take the risk to sneak into the abyss. I still have a chance, in this case, I still have a chance. In an instant, Wei Yisheng was full of momentum and motivation. The previous decadence, confusion, anger, and so on were swept away. He is such an elite, as long as there is a chance of victory, he will go all out to fight for it. From childhood to adulthood, he has never given up easily. This time, he will definitely not. Let me see, what should I do? First, inform Yang Tan. This old thing. Wei Yisheng gritted his teeth. If he doesn't appear this time, even if I am stripped of my rank, I will find him to settle account. Then, let me see who is the closest to the fire-breathing island. What kind of forces can I mobilize? Wei Yisheng quickly went to the war room to check the marine map. Then, his eyes slightly narrowed, he saw a marine fleet docked on the fire-breathing island at this moment. How lucky! Wei Yisheng was overjoyed, but after checking the marine designation, his expression became a little strange. The fleet in the desert. Why is it him again? Chapter 406. A lot of information immediately flashed through Wei Yisheng's mind. This is all about Rear Admiral Tan Mo. Being able to be valued by Marine Fleet Admiral Tan and delegated to him, Wei Yisheng naturally has his own uniqueness. Wei Yisheng is very familiar with Tan Mo's greedy nature, and recalling the latter's previous behavior, he suddenly snorted and said to himself discontentedly, "Another one." Marine Rear Admiral Tan Mo was in Knife Mountain Island before. After receiving the military order to deal with the Justice Pirates, the Blunt Knife City alchemy bomb explosion happened, so his hands and feet were tied. Without his fleet, the battleship led by Rear Admiral Chiao was not in good condition, and the result was that the entire fleet was wiped out. After that, Tan Mo took the opportunity to annex the team left by Chiao Chiao's fleet at the Knife Mountain Island dock and set sail again. As a result, in the subsequent voyage, his fleet was frequently in bad condition, either attacked by sea beasts or encountered bad and extreme climate changes, resulting in the speed being hindered and unable to increase. Therefore, he has not participated in the battle with the Justice Pirates. As for why Rear Admiral Tan Mo entered the Flame Island, Wei Yisheng immediately knew the reason. He used the excuse that the fleet was in bad condition and needed to stop and rest. This guy, he didn't want to be lazy, but now he's here by accident, right? Wei Yisheng suddenly had a guess in his heart. Yes, if it wasn't for the information, Even Wei Sheng wouldn't have thought that the Justice Pirates would sneak into the Flame Island. After all, the Flame Island itself has a legendary giant mage. In addition, there is the vast ocean. The Justice Pirates can choose too many escape routes. No, maybe he did it on purpose. Because he is a member of Admiral Yi Gui's faction, it is also very likely that he was forced by the latter to land on the Flame Island first. When Wei Sheng thought of this, he completely dispelled the idea of giving orders to Tan Mo's fleet, and he didn't even inform him. The reason for this is very simple. If Fruit Desert was a fluke, then Wei Sheng was sure that he would run away at the last minute. Of course, the reason will be very legitimate, making it more difficult for the Marine headquarters to pursue in the future. If Tan Mo was instructed by Yi Gui, then without Wei Sheng's order, Tan Mo will continue to stay and wait for the opportunity to move. With regards to Wei Sheng's orders, Tan Mo, who had someone above him, would definitely obey in public but disobey in private. In a restaurant in the harbor of Flame Spitfire Island, Tan Mo and the mayor of Blunt Blade City sat opposite each other with leftovers on the table. Tan Mo ate the last bite of steak and let out a sound of admiration. "I told you, the chef here can handle gold-level magical beast meat. How does it taste?" "Very good." The mayor of Blunt Blade City nodded in agreement. He breathed the sea breeze through the window and watched the white seabirds flying above the fluttering flags. The mayor of Blunt Blade City raised the cup in his hand and said, "Most importantly, the coffee here is not bad. I'm a little tired of drinking on your treasure ship." Tan Mo immediately rolled his eyes. The mayor of Blunt Blade City laughed. From accepting the invitation of the Empire to boarding the ship and traveling in the desert, the relationship between the city lord and the major general rapidly deepened. There was nothing they could do about it. The two of them had joined hands to slack off in battle, forming a proper front line. Previously, they had cooperated in Blunt Blade City. Along the way, they had pretended to be attacked by sea beasts or created bad weather. Slacking off, especially in the Imperial Navy, required a lot of energy and effort. Next, the two did not speak. Both enjoyed the tranquil sea breeze and the beautiful scenery of the harbor. Even if the interior of the treasure was vast, after sailing for so long, the two missed land. At this moment, as they reminisced about the delicious food, the accumulated boredom in their hearts was quickly fading. "How many days do we have to rest here?" The mayor of Blunt Blade City broke the silence. Tan Mo sighed, "We're too unlucky. The attack of an unknown mysterious beast has caused great damage to our ship. We have to rest for at least a week." The mayor of Blunt Blade City frowned. So short, the mayor of Blunt Blade City had accidentally told the truth. He quickly corrected himself. That long? I was invited by the Empire to fight, but I haven't even seen the shadow of the righteous pirates. I'm ashamed." Tan Mo smiled, then spread his hands and said in distress, "My lord, your mood is my mood, and I'm also very anxious. But a week is the shortest time I can buy. You know the damage of the fleet, and the Navy has been urging us. This is already the limit of what we can buy." "That's it." The mayor of Blunt Blade City nodded. In terms of slacking off, he admitted that he was far inferior to Tan Mo. What's more, Tan Mo was more familiar with the rules of the Navy. "It's rare to come to Spitfire Island. Should we go to the main city?" Tan Mo suggested. But the mayor of Blunt Blade City showed a hint of embarrassment. "Let's not, according to our identity, we have to visit the Lord of Spitfire Island. Besides, it's not good to go shopping rashly." "Yes." Tan Mo thought about it and felt that the mayor of Blunt Blade City was right. Before, he had no problem doing this. But not now. The matter of the righteous pirates hasn't been solved yet. The key is that the Marine headquarters military port was destroyed by Firebeard. This situation made all the Marines feel shocked, angry, and humiliated. Almost all of them held their breath and wanted to get back at the scene. At this stage, if the Marines heard that someone was slacking off, how would they react? Tan Mo didn't want to get into such trouble for no reason. At this moment, Tan Mo's expression changed slightly. He saw a human mage alone, leaping into the air and landing on the steel giant docked at the dock. "Is this Earl Tucker?" Not only Tan Mo, but the mayor of Blunt Blade City was also attracted and immediately recognized the identity of this person. "It's him." Tan Mo nodded. Then, the two of them saw Count Tucker land on the deck and hurriedly walk into the ship. Then, the steel giant started and quickly left the dock. Where is he going? Isn't he negotiating with the Lord of Spitfire Island? The mayor of Blunt Blade City was puzzled. They came to this dock and naturally inquired about the news. The biggest thing recently was Tucker's invasion, and the Lord of Spitfire Island personally greeted him. Therefore, Tan Mo and the mayor of Blunt Blade City knew about this matter. But now Tucker just left, it was a bit strange. According to common sense, the negotiation between the two sides would take at least a week. Even if the cooperation failed, the Lord of Spitfire Island would send Tucker away and wouldn't let him leave alone. Something must have happened during this, something they didn't know. Tan Mo stared at the steel giant as it left. He narrowed his eyes and sucked in a cold breath. Hiss. Why do I feel like Count Tucker seems to be fleeing? Is it just my imagination? Why is my heart beating so fast? Something doesn't feel right. The mayor of Blunt Blade City laughed and didn't think much of it. You're overthinking it. Could it be that the negotiation between Earl Tucker and Spitfire Island fell apart? But soon, the mayor of Blunt Blade City denied this speculation. Even if the negotiation fell apart, it shouldn't be like this. Could Tucker have done something to betray Spitfire Island? Ha ha ha, could it be that Zuia has taken a fancy to him? The mayor of Blunt Blade City was amused by himself. But Tan Mo's frown deepened. I feel more and more uneasy. Damn it, this feeling is very uncomfortable. Brother, don't panic. The mayor of Blunt Blade City comforted him. This is Spitfire Island. There are legendary giants overseeing this place. The defense here is very tight. Haven't you been to the main city? Look at those giant city guards, they're very elite. This is the last essence of the giant race of the Red Earth Plateau. In their eyes, our strength is simply insignificant. Yes. You're right. Tan Mo's brows relaxed a little. I'm a little paranoid. But at this moment, a subordinate ran over with sweat all over his forehead. Sir, there's an emergency message from Admiral Yi Gui. What? Tan Mo froze for a moment, and then he didn't dare to neglect and quickly left his seat. Using the magic communication device, he received a direct order from Admiral Yi Gui. Are you on Spitfire Island? Very good. Stay there and guard against all enemies. I'm on my way. If the righteous pirates appear, fight to the death. Tan Mo. Chapter 407. Tan Mo didn't know how he got back to the restaurant. Seeing Tan Mo's dazed expression, the mayor of Blunt Blade City felt his heart skip a beat. What happened? He asked hurriedly. Tan Mo slowly turned his eyes and stared at the mayor, but the mayor could see that his eyes were extremely silent, and there seemed to be a huge hole in his heart. What happened? The mayor of Blunt Blade City panicked. It was the first time the mayor of Blunt Blade City had seen Tan Mo like this since he met him. Slap, slap, slap. Suddenly, Tan Mo stretched out his hand and slapped himself hard in the face. With a crisp sound, his cheeks and palms quickly turned red. The mayor of Blunt Blade City was stunned. For a moment, he was quite at a loss. Tan Mo said in a crying tone, Yes, you deserve it. I really deserve it. What was I thinking? I wanted to come to Spitfire City to resupply. I was wrong, I was really wrong. If I had another chance, I would have stayed far away from this island. The mayor of Blunt Blade City slapped the table anxiously and growled, What happened? Tan Mo covered his face with his hand and told the mayor the truth with a heavy heart. After learning the situation, the mayor of Blunt Blade City was dumbfounded. If they had known this would happen, why would they have tried to be sneaky? In the end, they still ran into the Justice Pirates. It was simply outrageous. Today, the information about the Justice Pirates and Blue Charm Goddess had spread widely. Tan Mo and the mayor of Blunt Blade City already knew the inside story. When they first heard about it, they were very lucky to have escaped a disaster. But now, they still ran into them. Should we leave? The mayor of Blunt Blade City hesitated. You're crazy. Tan Mo's previous attitude was gone. This is an order from Yi Gui-sama. If we leave, we will be court-martialed by the Empire. There will be no more prospects for our lives in the future. The mayor of Blunt Blade City stared. Do you mean that the two of us are going to fight against the gods? Blue Charm Goddess is very weak, but we can't deal with it. Any beast on the verge of despair is the most dangerous. Let alone the gods. If you don't even have your life, what's the point of talking about the future and prospects of life? Tanmo sighed. Of course what you said makes sense. But I just received a military order, and the next step is to leave the island. This is desertion. How does the Empire deal with deserters? We will definitely be sentenced to death. Instead of being treated as a deserter and sentenced to death in disgrace, I might as well take a gamble here. The mayor of Blunt Blade City widened his eyes even more. He could not help but suspect that the desert before him was a fake one. You still want to take the risk? Tanmo spat out a mouthful of saliva and cursed, if we don't fight, what else can we do? We will definitely participate in the battle. We can only act according to the circumstances. Let's go back to the ship now, not on the island. God knows where the Justice Pirates are hiding. This island is too dangerous. The mayor of Blunt Blade City nodded repeatedly. That's right. When we return to the ship, we can attack or retreat. It's very flexible. Immediately, the two of them did not dare to delay and hurriedly returned to the treasure. Standing on the deck, Tanmo and the mayor of Blunt Blade City watched the steel giant disappear into the sea. They wished they could replace Tucker on the ship. Tucker looked at the shrinking Spitfire Island in his field of vision and sighed inwardly. When he received the message from his teacher, he immediately understood that Spitfire Island had become a place of trouble and was very dangerous. Without any hesitation, he retreated directly. Then, he received a reply from his family. This message made him understand that the location of Blue Charm God's main body had been divined by a newly ascended demigod fortune-teller. Now, the three legendary pirates, Firebeard, Hua Sheng, and Asa, had obvious movements. They all pointed their weapons at Spitfire Island. Blue Charm Goddess probably wants to use the geographical advantage to escape to the abyss. Tucker guessed. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He sensed that his puppet clone had been received by the mayor of Spitfire Island. Although Tucker's main body had left Spitfire Island, he had left behind a Sanctuary-level alchemy puppet. This puppet's appearance and aura were very similar to Tucker's, and it was extremely expensive to make. Its greatest use was to act as Tucker's substitute in certain situations, confusing the enemy and attracting their firepower. It was definitely not feasible to just leave like this. As a noble, Tucker understood the rules and importance of interpersonal relationships very well. At this moment, the puppet Tucker successfully met the mayor of Spitfire Island and told him all this important information. The righteous pirates. And Blue Charm Goddess main body? The mayor of Spitfire Island was shocked. She was at the legendary level. According to the level of life, she was inferior to the gods. The key was that because of Blue Charm Goddess main body, Spitfire Island had fallen into a very dangerous situation. The three legendary pirate groups were swarming over. A war was imminent. The mayor of Spitfire Island did not want to see his home reduced to ruins after a war. After pondering for a moment, she first expressed her most sincere gratitude to the puppet Tucker. Then, she immediately asked for help from the upper echelons of the Empire. Finally, she urgently gathered the powerhouses under her command, as well as her personal guards, and told them the whole story. Spitfire Island must not become a battlefield for legends or even God. This is our only home left. Thank you, our friend Earl Tucker, for bringing us detailed information. The righteous pirates are on the island. They are likely to be in contact with the leader of the 100 Needles clan. They want to continue infiltrating the Sacred Empire. We must seize this clue and find them all. They are not allowed to destroy the peace of Spitfire Island. I will personally lead you to war with Blue Charm Goddess and expel them from the island. The mayor of Spitfire Island's prestige and appeal were very strong. His subordinates all responded and obeyed his orders. The puppet Tucker watched all this and nodded to himself. The mayor of Spitfire Island's response was very correct. The 3 pirate groups were here for Blue Charm Goddess main body. Instead of a war breaking out in the future, the mayor of Spitfire Island would protect it in front of 3 powerhouses of the same level. It would be better to start a war first and scare Blue Charm Goddess away. My lord, my sanctuary puppet is also very willing to fight side by side with you, the puppet Tucker said in a timely manner. The mayor of Spitfire Island's expression softened slightly. He squeezed out a smile and nodded to the puppet Tucker. The giants of the Red Plateau will definitely remember the Earl's friendship. Tsukiya said, I think the power of the Sand Yellow clan can also be used. The mayor of Spitfire Island was slightly taken aback. He took a deep look at Tsukiya and said with relief, then tell them the truth. It's all up to them. Understood. Tsukiya immediately retreated. Half an hour later, somewhere in a dark corner of the port, seeing the mermaid deity and the others in front of him, the patriarch of the 100 Needles clan was shocked. Righteous pirates. Armtile's face was livid. The moment the Murloc deity appeared, he knew that his side had gotten themselves into big trouble. I hope to borrow the power of the 100 Needles clan to help us get out of danger. The mermaid deity went straight to the point. That's impossible. The patriarch of the 100 Needles clan shook his head, his face pale. What's the difference between saving you and betraying the Empire? Ha ha. The mermaid deity chuckled. Don't be so hasty to refuse. First of all, I didn't put all my hopes on you. Don't be too stressed. Second, think about Xinjin. He's the only heir of the 100 Needles clan. Finally, don't worry too much. We sneaked into Spitfire Island. Our itinerary was very secretive. Who would know? In fact, all we need is a little cooperation. The patriarch of the 100 Needles clan and Tsukiya were silent. They were in a dilemma. On the one hand, he was the only heir of the clan. On the other hand, there were serious consequences of betraying the Empire. After looking at the patriarch of the 100 Needles clan and Tsukiya's struggling and painful expressions for a while, the mermaid deity was about to continue to persuade them. At this time, a large number of giant warriors suddenly flashed around. The mayor of Spitfire Island, Tsukiya, Shobun, and the puppet Tucker immediately rose up and surrounded the mermaid deity and the others. The mermaid deity and the others looked up and were shocked. The patriarch of the 100 Needles clan and Tsukiya were also surrounded. The former's face was pale. With incomparable bitterness and resentment, he said to the mermaid deity, You call this very secretive? Chapter 408. Seeing a legend and 3 saints in the sky, the mermaid deity and the others were shocked. Damn it. We've been discovered. Let's run. Wait. The mermaid deity waved her hand and said to the Lord of Spitfire City, My lord, we have no intention of being your enemy. The mermaid deity tried to communicate, but before she could finish, the Lord of Spitfire City interrupted her with a cold snort. You're my mortal enemy the moment you set foot on Spitfire Island. But I'm willing to give you a chance. Leave now. Otherwise, Spitfire Island will be your graveyard. The Lord of Spitfire City didn't intend to attack directly. This was her home, the last place where the giants of the Red Earth Plateau lived. The mermaid deity in front of her was only at the silver level, and the others were even more insignificant. The Lord of Spitfire City was still afraid of Blue Charm God behind them. Who knew how much power Blue Charm God had? The mermaid deity nodded. We'll leave Spitfire Island immediately and go to the abyss. No. The Lord of Spitfire City was furious. I'm responsible for guarding the entrance to the abyss. How can I let you enter so easily? Give up on that idea. This is not negotiable. Then there's no other way. The mermaid deity laughed. Let's go. The negotiation failed, but the mermaid deity and the others had other means. The next moment, a dazzling light shone under their feet. Amidst the radiance, a large-scale formation appeared. The array was quickly activated and teleported the mermaid deity and the others out. Wait. The 100 Needles chief hurriedly shouted, trying to stop them, but it was too late. In fact, even the Lord of Spitfire City could only use spiritual charge without using any spells. The array in the air quickly dissipated. The Lord of Spitfire City immediately rose into the air and looked around, observing the entire Spitfire Island. Gya and the other two saints were doing the same thing as her. This kind of array must have another end. Sure enough, the next moment, the other end of the array appeared. It was just 5 or 6 arrays shining at the same time, their auras bursting out, evenly distributed all over Spitfire Island. Only one of them was a real array, and the others were obviously fake. The Lord of Spitfire City frowned slightly. Go all out. Find them and kill them on the spot. Before she finished speaking, she took the lead and flew towards the farthest point of light. Brick and the others immediately responded and flew away. Sir, what should we do? In the alley, the arm tile asked. The chief of the 100 Needles tribe took a deep breath, his face full of anxiety. Let's go after them and cooperate with the governor of Spitfire City and the others to quickly identify the real one. It was exposed that the 100 Needles clan was in contact with the alien gods. This fact was too unfavorable for the 100 Needles clan. In addition, the leader of the 100 Needles clan had to rescue Jin, so he had to do his best to atone for his crime. The Murloc Divine Child and the others were panting heavily. The feeling of using the teleportation array was very uncomfortable, and they needed time to get used to it. The mermaid deity had the best physique and was mentally tough, so he was the first to react. His vision cleared up, and his hearing and sense of smell returned to normal. Then, he saw the radiance of a teleportation array quickly dissipating. So fast. The Divine Son's expression changed. It only took them 4 to 5 seconds to teleport to the Murloc deity, and one of the camouflage arrays was broken. It should be the work of the governor of Spitfire City himself. Legendary wizards had too many tricks up their sleeves. The Murloc Divine Child hurriedly dragged Kang Shu and ZDI, one in each hand, and took the lead to escape. As he exclaimed, Lan Zhao, San Dao, and the others followed closely behind. I see you. Shobun sensed the movement and sneered. He immediately stretched out his palm and aimed it at the Murloc Divine Child and the others. The next moment, he released his fighting technique. The ground where the Murloc Divine Child and the others were running suddenly ejected countless sharp stone spikes. Each spike was at least 2 meters long, and the tip was as sharp as a spear. The Murloc Divine Child and the others couldn't escape in time and were pierced by the spikes. They became corpses hanging on the spikes, and blood flowed everywhere. It's over. Shobun smiled and flew over slowly and cautiously. However, when he arrived at the scene, his expression suddenly changed. The corpses of the Murloc Divine Child and the others in front of him turned into bubbles and disappeared before his eyes. It's fake. Shobun's heart sank, and he flew into the sky again. Then, he saw that he wasn't the only one. The Mermaid Divine Son and the others had appeared in other places. Some of them were blasted into carbon powder by Tiaya, while others were burned by the puppet Tucker. But then, without exception, they all turned into bubbles and dispersed. What's going on? Are they all fake? Everyone was puzzled. At this moment, the Lord of Spitfire City's eyes focused and looked at the bottom of the sea. She sensed that there was an alchemy ship in the depths of the sea, diving at full speed to escape from Spitfire Island. It's the underwater magical ship in the shape of a strange fish. Is the teleportation formation at the other end on the ship? They want to use it to escape. In an instant, all kinds of guesses appeared in her mind. We've found traces of the enemy, follow me. The Lord of Spitfire City waved his hand and took the lead to fly out of Spitfire Island, like a crimson meteor, extremely fast. Tiaya and the others followed closely behind and flew out as well. At another dock, the treasure was docked. Tan Mo, what should we do? The Lord of Blunt Blade City looked hesitant. Should we go after them? Tan Mo's expression was conflicted. The fluctuations and radiance of the formation had caused too much of a commotion. Then, the Lord of Spitfire City, Tiaya, and the others made a move openly, shocking everyone. The treasure had been in a state of alert. As soon as the teleportation fluctuations appeared, Tan Mo and the others reacted. But they were very hesitant and did not make a move. Because they saw the Murloc Shenzi and the others, confirming that the Justice Pirates were on the island. Tan Mo was only a gold level, and did not want to fight Blue Charm God at all. Especially at this time, when Admiral Yi Gui had not appeared yet. He had no one to rely on at all. He could only delay, and then he saw the Lord of Spitfire City and the others fly out of the island, and it was obvious that they were chasing the enemy. My superiors want me to fight to the death. If I still shrink back, I'll definitely be court-martialed. But if I rush up now, won't I be courting death? Blue Charm God can kill me with one finger, no, one look. Tan Mo gritted his teeth, and his head was already covered in cold sweat. At this moment, there was a loud boom. The entire Spitfire City shook, and the volcano in the city spewed out thick black smoke. Then, an extremely majestic aura of life was exposed from within. God level. It was a genuine God-level creature. It's Blue Charm God. Shobun's pupils shrank, and he could not help but exclaim. The Lord of Spitfire City and the others stopped flying. We've been tricked. The Murloc Shenzi deliberately attracted our attention. Puppet Tucker's tone was cold. Let's go back together. The Lord of Spitfire City glanced at the gold-level magic ship that was about to be caught, and did not hesitate to turn back. Tiaya hesitated for a moment, and quickly followed the Lord of Spitfire City. Puppet Tucker and Shobun took a deep look at deep-sea monster fish, and also flew back to Spitfire Island. Quick, let's go. Our target is that underwater magic ship. Seeing this, Tan Mo was so happy that he almost jumped up. Other than Blue Charm God, the Murloc Shenzi and the others were at most silver level. Tan Mo suddenly became bold.